All right. All right. We're on day, I don't know, 4 of this headache now. Honestly, this is braver than any stream during a stomach ache. I think I'm being a very brave boy right now. I would have been fired if I was this late. Well, eat shit. How y'all doing? 5 minutes, this better be one good fucking bagel. Actually, I fucked the bagel up and the Pop-Tart up. I fucked them both up. I over... the bagel might have been stale beforehand. But the Pop-Tart got toasted for too long. Take you damn liver poison Tylenol pills? Yeah, I've got some Excedrin. Journalist got arrested while trying to cover the chemical spill. Oh, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Today I learned the WHO recommends breastfeeding up to 2 years and beyond. You guys aren't still breastfeeding? Wait, don't tell me you guys are having normie food and not mommy food. Are you guys kidding me? Are you joking right now? Are you joshing me? Look at these fucking virgins. My god. Look, we got the Marianne Williamson tweet segment from the video. Hell yeah. And the promo. Jesse Gender video on Hogwarts. Is this the one that's like 11 hours long?
Hey everybody, so I'm at an airport.
Oh, sorry. No, the 11 hours long one was the, somebody else made that. I forget who. Jesse Gender is kind of beefing with Keffels. I love doing boycotts the lefty way, which is where all you do... Like, here's a lefty boycott, okay? A lefty boycott is when you discourse about boycotting something for 3 months in a row, thus making it trend every single day during those 3 months and giving it millions of dollars in free advertising. That's the that's the lefty boycott that I know and love. I love that shit. Yeah, it's super absurd. Well, remember, the goal of these people is not actually to, like, positively affect discourse. It's actually to virtue signal how you're such a good person that you can abstain from playing a video game that you probably didn't care about to begin with. Every person on the left right now who's jerking themselves off about how, like, oh, it's so easy, just don't play the game. They didn't care to begin with. They're literally patting themselves on the back for nothing. Meanwhile, the, it infinite trends. Just infinitely. This is all proven to me they don't care about outcome, only optics. No, they don't care about optics because in this case, the optics is the outcome and it's bad. I disagree with her, but Jessie is clearly doing this in good faith. It's not a no. I'm not saying she's doing it in bad faith. I'm saying that like all leftists, Jessie Gender is retarded on this issue. Good and bad faith have nothing to do with it. I'm talking about a sincere intellectual deficiency that exists in every single member of this community, except for me. What a coincidence, right? Real and true. Please don't watch the Jessie video. She's just condescending and it's boring. No, I know. I mean, what do you really have to say about this? It's just like, whether you like it or not, it's like infinite trending.
People that frames us as the aggressors when really we are the ones being victimized. And by the way, I'm not saying that Hassan is contributing to this narrative intentionally, but certain people are taking it that way. Just like right-wing folks are currently using the fact that one streamer started crying after some mild pushback from her community about her playing Hogwarts Legacy.
Wow, I wonder which community set up right-wing media's ability to create discourse around the left performatively boycotting, like, playing the game.
using it as the transes are bullying you. Also, these discourses make it about individuals, the person who's being bullied by the transes, instead of about the actual trans community, the entire group of people that is being harmed. It also forgets that trans people are harassed like this on the daily just for being trans.
Virtue signal, virtue signal. Ah, man, I'm not trying to be mean or whatever. I think Jesse Gender's generally a lot better than a lot of them, I guess. It's just this discourse is so stupid that it kind of burns away my charity. I like it. It's just so, yeah, like this soycott bullshit. It's just incredible to me that this discourse like continues to happen in this way over and over and over and over and over again. It's ridiculous. It's so, yeah, it's so stupid. We have to take into account that JKR believes her continued financial success necessarily means majority of people agree with her. Yeah, then maybe the left shouldn't make it trend 24/7. We could have just said, "Hey, loser wizard game for losers, haha virgins. Let Hassan be the top person playing Hogwarts Legacy. Have him and his chat be making fun of J.K. Rowling the entire time. Have them make fun of the game the entire time. Raise $1 million for a trans charity. Drop the game, kablamo, boom. And then what's the headline? Top, like, Hogwarts Legacy stream, donate, like, raises 1 million for trans charity. Here's a screenshot of the chat, and it's people being virulently sexist towards J.K. Rowling. Boom, we got him. Congratulations, boys, we've done it. We've done communism. Well done. But instead, now the discourse is, wow, look at how this game is succeeding, despite the left being super uber invested in boycotting it. Wow, look at how the left is being so mean and bullying their own. Look at all the infighting of the left. Haha, wow. The left is so desperate and soy rage at J.K. Rowling epically owning them with her successful game. What do you think about the argument that the discourse has inextricably linked the game with trans rights? Yeah, I think that's true, but it kind of already had that happening, right? Like, news outlets were already talking about the game in reference to the controversy with J.K. Rowling. I think all this has done is it's linked the game with, like, the failure of the trans community. Because now the game has done well, and all this has done is given a bunch of right-wing media ammunition. And, like, now it's like, oh, like, Hogwarts Legacy? You mean the game that did really well despite, like, the left-wing people freaking out about a boycott and they attacked their own? They were attacking regular people and they're going, blah, blah, blah. You know, it's like, fuck. The point of streaming the game to raise money for trans charities is that it would piss J.K. Rowling off, but some lefties see playing it as a moral stain. Yeah, that's because, like, most lefties are, like, unfathomably fucking stupid. And there's nothing that we can do about it. Unfortunately, like, what we have to accept the fact that in the current state of affairs, right now, when it comes to, like, average intellectual disposition, lefties are operating alongside nematodes and, like, sea anemones, all right? In terms of, like, average intelligence, unfortunately, the best you're going to get are, like, OPSEC, NATO-loving, liberal dudes, okay? And the reason for that is because they love the status quo enough to have read up a little bit on it. Whereas the lefties hate the status quo so much that they haven't read up on it. It's so fucking embarrassing. Like, it just reminds me of the fact that you guys realize when 2024 rolls around, we're going to have the exact same fucking arguments that I did back in 2020. About, like, a bunch of lefties who don't understand how the government works. A bunch of lefties who will say, Biden couldn't do this, while referring to something that literally could not have passed the Senate. Like, it's the exact same... Because they don't fucking know. They have no fucking idea. They have no fucking clue. Yeah, well, anyway. I've been arguing with my lefty friends in your positions in Hogwarts for weeks. It's been such a massive... It's like, the problem is, like, they're just not capable of understanding it. It's a framework issue. In the same way that trying to explain moral anti-realism to a religious person can be, like, really difficult, trying to explain the concept of, like, outcome-based politics to a leftist is, like, it's anathema, you know? Like, hey, what if we did things that had good outcomes, and the lefty starts, like, I don't know, like, screaming, shitting, coming, pissing. frameworks. What are your thoughts on people saying boycott the game just to show support? I think people should just not say anything. Boycotts don't mean anything. They don't work. They don't. Like, just make fun of the game. That's it. All calling for a boycott does is draw attention to the fact that you're desperate to see it not do well. That's it. All it does is give another screenshot, another bit of discourse, another contribution to trending. Do you think... Listen, okay? Imagine you're a total fucking normie. You have no interest in politics whatsoever. You think trans people exist, and I guess they're fine, but you don't, like, know much about them or what they're going through. You don't know much of anything, really. And you see that Hogwarts Legacy is trending, okay? Which of the two situations do you think it would be better for us that it goes trending under? It going trending because it releases and a bunch of lefties are ruthlessly making fun of it for bugs, for lack of enemy variety, because it's shit, fucking whatever, making fun of it because it's British, or trending because thousands and thousands of lefties are screeching about how it needs to be boycotted and going after their own. Which, as a normie, which do you think better creates, like, the environment that you're interested in seeing? Which do you think is more beneficial for us? Like, calling for boycotts is just so... Can anyone here think of an example of a boycott ever functioning on the internet? Do you guys remember what happened with Nike after Colin Kaepernick? Do you remember what happened with Gillette after that masculinity commercial? How those conservative boycotts work out? Remember how we laughed at them? Remember how conservatives desperately trying to boycott something for culture war reasons, ineffectively doing so, was like amazing comedy bait for the rest of us? Do you remember how fucking silly they looked when they were freaking out over that? I remember... Vosh, I don't really disagree with your broader political take, but, like, I don't know for everyone. I know it's not really a politics outcome thing. It's just a kick in the teeth. If you don't care about politics outcome, then I don't care about you. Hey, if somebody comes to me and they're like, hey, this is a political action I'm taking, but I don't really care about the outcome, then I'm introducing them directly to a filled toilet. I just don't care. Instantly, I don't. It hurts your feel. I don't care. Toilet. Kick in the teeth. I don't care. Hit your teeth against this porcelain. I don't care. I don't care. I have the left right now is crippled from people going, okay, I know this wouldn't work, but, like, and it's, like, so destructive. Sorry, I know I'm being a little bit contentious or condescending there, but, like, man, it's just, like, listen to what you said. I don't know, for everyone I know, it's not really a politics/outcome thing. It's just a kick in the teeth that our friends don't really care. I feel like this is an angle you're completely wrong about and is missing from your take. What you're saying here is, for people I know, it's not really a politics or outcome thing, but it is obviously a politics thing because you're talking about boycotting something for transphobia, so I don't know what you mean there. So, but you don't care about the outcome, and I'm wrong because I'm failing to take into consideration your non-empiricist approach. Like, really, think about it. And think of all the commodities that you consume that directly fund really bad causes. Can you look at the point Jesse makes at 750? It made me have an aneurysm. Okay, I love aneurysms. Not like I haven't had a headache for 4 days.
Give them. It's not to say it's okay, but it's the understanding that we have to have when you have a marginalized group being attacked.
And I know the criticism to this video will be, well, if he plays Hogwarts Legacy, then maybe people who might be watching an anti-trans streamer might watch him instead. But my argument back to that would be, instead of worrying about continual endless growth in a very capitalistic sort of...
Oh my god, you were right. Holy shit. Oh my god. Pulling people over to listen to left-leaning is a capital... man, dude, I remember when Karl Marx published the Communist Manifesto, which was like a pamphlet which was meant to be understandable to the average proletariat. And that was so capitalist of him, because he was, like, interested in growing. Winning is bad, guys. Winning is bad. We're all gonna die. I feel like a lot of these people, a lot of these fucking lefties have just resigned themselves to the idea of dying at 30 in a death camp. So they literally like don't give a fuck. This very capitalist behavior of convincing people of your positions.
mindset, why not worry about modeling how to fight for trans people and platform trans people to your audience?
What the fuck does that have to do? What platform rather than playing a Hogwarts Legacy, maybe have a trans person on. No, I hate them. No, what do you mean? What the fuck does that mean? What does that even mean? Nothing. It doesn't mean anything. It's the desperate flailing of somebody who has emotional arguments and nothing more.
Be a champion to the audience you already have.
Why? Who the fuck? The audience he already has is already pro-trans. Who the fuck cares if his audience is exposed to pro-trans? Well, they're already pro-trans.
And hey, who knows, maybe by taking a stand, doing something different than the already tons of other people playing Hogwarts Legacy on the platform.
What? Doing something? What? Rather than all those other people playing Hogwarts Legacy, what if you had a trans person on? What? What?
You'll make your audience grow anyways by being someone different, by showing them a different way forward.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb, dude. It's so dumb. It's unbelievable. It's insane how fucked we are, man. It's hopeless. I should never have to apologize. These people are going to get me killed. Do I have enough money to live on the moon yet? Guys, keep donating. Keep it up. Sake, thank you. I can't believe that I'm going to be fucking, like, executed because of these people. I can't believe it. I can't fucking believe it. I can't, when they start fucking, like, printing the barcodes on us and leading us on the trains, okay? I swear to fucking God, man, they had better have, like, a first-class train cabin for people who were slightly less retarded during the lead-up to my own fucking genocide. Holy shit. Hey, fucking Stasi guard. Hey, can you put me in the slightly less packed full train? As you'll see from my tweets, I was 5% less retarded than the average lefty was in 2023. Oh my god. God damn it. All right. That was bad. We shouldn't have watched this. I think my headache got worse. Oh my god, man. I think you're totally misunderstanding the goals of most of the people talking about this. They're not pushing for a broad boycott with the goal of reducing the total number of sales. They just don't want to see a handful of people close to them playing the game because it hurts to see that. There's nothing on earth that I care less about the feelings of other people. No, unironically though, give a fucking argument. It's like, hey, I don't think you understand the things we're doing to hurt our movement and fucking worsen our position politically are because of our feelings. Like, that's so right? Like, shouldn't we be focusing maybe on what's politically effective? Perhaps? Most of the people complaining about this aren't even trans people, are mostly allies. Well, that's usually how it is. Trans people are a minority, after all. Well, don't worry, guys. Instead of the Hassan pro-trans charity Hogwarts Legacy stream, we got the Don't Stream the Wizard game fundraiser, which has apparently raised $0.00. I have a feeling that this just hasn't updated the total number, right? There's probably been at least one donation in the past day. Bleh. Yeah, a trans friend of mine just said don't mention it, don't talk about it. What, like to them personally? Or broadly? Because broadly, I think that's fine. Related gold. What is this? Nice. I still like Jessie and get where she's coming from, but she's wrong about this along with tons of other people. Yeah, like, the problem is, man, it's like, it's really frustrating to keep getting into trouble with the left and getting treated really I will say something objectively reasonable, like we should care about the state of men, and get told by thousands of people, like, kill yourself, you worthless piece of trash, you're pro-rape. And people like Jessie Gender will never come out and tweet in my defense. Privately, she probably thinks that I'm in the wrong there, because a bunch of other lefties vague tweeted about it. But then, like, then people like Jessie Gender will come out with these, like, profoundly stupid takes. Like, meaningfully 30 IQ, like, destructive to the left, poorly thought out. And I feel like I'm always expected to bite my tongue and just not say anything about it. But I can't do that. It's really bad. She said broadly, just starve the game of publicity. Then what's this? I'm glad Hassan is the right take here. Yeah, what a rarity. Proud of him for sticking up for himself. Well, to be fair, when has Hassan ever immediately ceded after being attacked by people? He gets pretty emotional. One of my friends was doing a trans charity stream with Celeste. There were maybe 30 of us there, and it was wonderful because we were all there to support each other. It might not have been anything big, but it made me more happy than some huge stream of a game that was made by people who hurt us. That's so cool. What if you stayed and watched the Celeste stream that you wanted to watch, and meanwhile the giant content creator raised $1 million for trans people, like in a material sense, playing the game? What if you simply didn't look at this? It really is all like Fifi's bullshit. It's literally all like, oh, I don't care about the outcomes, just like my comfy social clique. I appreciate the very simple breakdown of you can have a trans charity stream and play literally any game in the world. Yeah, dude, you can have a trans charity stream and just stare at a wall and watch fucking paint dry. That's great. I wonder if there's anything around playing the gigantic new release that a bunch of people are going to be looking for, and a bunch of people on Twitch are going to be incidentally searching because they don't want to buy the game but want to see it, and they might see a top streamer playing it and then listen to 5 hours of fucking pro-trans propaganda from them. Oh my... This isn't amounting to much of a segment. Shut the fuck up. We're not doing a segment. I'm venting. Just a quick note. I know most of you understand this because I know some folks might take this the right way. This is my opinion. This is not a demand titled Don't Stream the Wizard Game, or a purity test filled with arguments on how good lefties would do something else other than this. As I say in the video, I get the impulse, and understand when to use it to do good. It's a good impulse overall. I'm just saying my thoughts on it, why I disagree for reasons, not demanding because I don't do anything for his blah, 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 blah. All right. The left is so fucking weak, it's embarrassing. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Drone video of aftermath of Ohio train derailment. Yeah, we got to talk about that. Oh, we got to talk about that. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow, 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 wow. Vosh, Jessie's so cool and base. She might be incorrect on this, but it's also personal to her. She got into beef with JKR. Maybe we can just donate to the charity she put in the fundraiser. That should be a net positive, right? No. For her video, I will be taking money from a trans fundraiser. I will walk the streets of Seattle until I find some trans person, and I will mug them for their money. I will say, hey, did you play Hogwarts Legacy? And they'll be like, what? No, I didn't. And I'll be like, give me $70 USD, the cost of Hogwarts Legacy, or something. Is it 70? I heard somebody say it's 70. Is it 70? Or is it 60? Maybe it was just 70 Canadian. It's 70. Wow. Yeah, Jessie Gender sends her regards. Yeah. Talking about this is bad, proceeds to talk about it. I don't think the way in which I talk about this is like meaningfully harmful. I do like if the left wants to like not all die though, they do need to have a better attitude on this. It just sucks they'll never talk to me. I kind of wish that I was more of a politician. I'm really not. I would have burned fewer bridges. Maybe I could move more people over. Because in terms of making my arguments, like the quality of the arguments I can make, I feel like I can outperform basically anyone on the left in direct conversation. But they don't listen to me, so it doesn't matter. I don't know. Maybe this is a shit take, but I feel like Dave Chappelle could have been saved if he wasn't addressed by genderqueers. No, I think Dave Chappelle came into that with really fucking bad faith. I think that we were all a lot more charitable to Dave Chappelle because he comes across as relatively progressive on black issues. But in retrospect, I think that's just because he's black and not because he has like a progressive mindset. He came into that segment fucking guns blazing, man. I mean, maybe, but like probably not. Did you ever cover the killing of the two GOP candidates in New Jersey? Both got shot recently. No, I don't know anything about it. Don't bother two unrelated shootings. Is there not even anything to it? Corbin being shit again? What is this? Okay. People seem really mad about the Corbyn stuff, which I guess kind of makes sense because it's like the British equivalent of me being like anti-Bernie or whatever. What is this? Hold on.
Do you think Jeremy Corbyn was an anti-Semite?
I actually don't think that straightforwardly, no. I don't think that straightforwardly because I absolutely do not think that Jeremy Corbyn in the front of his mind hates Jews. I don't think Jeremy Corbyn would say things that Kanye has said in the front of his mind at all. What I do think is that he comes from a tradition that sees anti-Semitism as a lesser evil compared to, say, capitalism. Right? So in my mind, and I talk about this in my book...
Wait, hold on. Basically, everything is a lesser evil compared to capitalism. What are you talking about? They're both evils, but like capitalism has been like the reigning global hegemon in terms of just total influence. Like that's like there's just a size difference between these two things, you know? Yeah, it's the superstructure. Yeah, I mean, okay.
I talk about that a little bit in the documentary. So the reason, in my mind, why Jeremy Corbyn can't see that mural of men playing Monopoly on the backs of the world's poor might be anti-Semitic is he just sees rich men playing...
David Badiel thinks if you criticize Israel, you're an anti-Semite. Oh, that's a typical, like, lib position, I guess.
Monopoly on the backs of the world's poor because he's interested in destroying and...
Mural in question? Oh, yeah, I saw this. Didn't, like, Corbyn say he liked this or whatever? Okay, guys, listen, okay? Everyone get your heads out of your asses, okay? This isn't, like... to most people, this is not anti-Semitism. This is just very standard, like, Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls, Inside Job, Netflix canceled show ass, 40 IQ conspiracy aesthetic, okay? If we say, like, every time a bunch of rich guys play Monopoly in front of the Eye of Providence, it's actually like an like that's like come on, right? Like I don't buy that. None of these old business guys are even like made to look Jewish. They have exaggerated old guy features, which old guys usually have big noses, like in real life, but they don't look, they just look like you're gonna tell me that like this guy right here in the middle, this guy right here, like that's meant to be like a Jewish caricature? Or like the broom handle mustache? Or this guy looks like half of the existing like white Christian Republican senators, you know? This guy just looks like a wizard. I saw a lot of people talking about how this was anti-Semitic or whatever. I don't buy that for a second. I don't buy that at all. I remember the discourse around that. New World Order on the left. Yeah, but the term New World Order as a kind of like ubiquitous descriptor for like conspiracy stuff, that's been around for ages. Not like in real life, when you see people talk about the New World Order, like when they're a politician or they're like a big tech guy, a lot of that is dog whistling. But the term New World Order has been around for a lot longer than that association.
Fight against capitalism. Unfortunately, it's very clear to Jews that they all look really Jewish, and they're part of a tradition that feels like this is a sort of Nazi caricature of the idea of the rich capitalist Jew.
It's just not. The idea, that is absolutely not how Nazis caricatured Jewish people.
What do you think of what he's saying there? And what I'm trying to get at is that maybe...
Hang on. This mural business, let's deal with it. First of all, it was a very long time ago. And nobody said anything about my response at the time.
But you weren't in the Labour Party.
Nobody said anything about it whatsoever at all. So why is it that 7 years later...
Because you were leader of the Labour Party
7 years later, David Baddiel brings this thing up as something at the back of my mind.
No, but
and
look,
so
I think what
listen,
David Baddiel was
he accepts that I am not a racist in any term. But fine. So why does he then sort of construct something that's allegedly at the back of my mind?
I suppose what he's...
I think a lot of this comes from how conspiratorial the right's gotten is. A lot of you aren't going to know this because you're really young, but if you were around back in like 2008, around the time of like Occupy Wall Street and Farron, like there are so many things that you would have seen back then that were done ubiquitously that nowadays you would associate with like far-right dog whistling. The Eye of Providence, New World Order, like the V for Vendetta mask versus a bunch of like business tyrants or whatever. There were so many like I'm 14 and this is deep aesthetic icons of conspiracism that were invoked all the time by like everyone. It really was not associated with the far right. Well, the far right people used it, but like so did like everyone basically. The lines have been drawn. Sorry, wait, hold on. I made the mistake of looking at YouTube chat. Vosh, I take you've never studied minority characterization, newspapers, propaganda. Mr. Krinem in YouTube chat, okay? I have studied characterizations of the mentally subnormal, and I guarantee you if I got your doctors to send me over a fucking x-ray, I would immediately determine exactly what was wrong with you and your parents and your mother's alcohol consumption when you were in fucking womb, okay? Oh my god, that mural, show the mural. Show it! Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, wait, it was linked in chat. That's right. Listen, if you are so hyper fixated on looking for caricatures that seeing something like this, guys, this was scrawled on first of all, iconography that you see here was all over graffiti at the time. This was like scrawled onto the little restaurant children's little crayon kits that you would see in the like this is the man. Do you seriously think these are Jewish caricatures? How? I argue with Nazis. I've seen how Jews are caricatured by Nazis. These just look like old Monopoly dudes. They just look like old guys. Just Monopoly men. The noses, they are character. Like, if you Google right now, like, hold on, caricature art. Holy shit. I can't believe this guy did an anti-Semitic caricature of Albert Einstein, a Jew, by giving him this exaggeratedly large nose. And this guy on the right, who I recognize but whose name isn't coming to me. Let me just find every caricature that's ever had a larger than average nose. Also, you guys know that caricature artists really like giving hook noses to the characters they draw because it's an expressive line, right? Like, most people have a more or less, like, sharply angled nose, but giving it an outward curve gives it more of a distinct swoop that is more in line with the aesthetic principles of caricature art. Like, if you look up caricature art, it's like, oh, holy shit, I can't believe Johnny Tudix down here is actually, in the eyes of this artist, a Jew. That's crazy. It just bothers me because I know the person who said that in YouTube chat, who I was very mean to. It just isn't familiar with how, like, ubiquitous this iconography was back in the day, you know? Like, they don't know. They didn't know. They lack critical information. Holy shit. Can't believe this. I can't believe this caricature artist was anti-Semitic to Keemstar. Oh wait, I'm looking at YouTube chat again. At Vosh, idiot, I said I agree with you, but the study of them can make it seem worthy of analysis and consideration. Okay, take back the, like, 5 minutes of me being mean to you. Alright, we're undoing that. Yeah, I definitely think that if you wanted to be all big brain about it, you could take a look at this art, and you could go like, okay, it's not anti-Semitic caricatures, but, like, what tropes and what information are we pulling on in order to, like, form our imagined understanding of what the wealthy elite look like? Right? Like, obviously, all of these guys are white, so that's one. They all look, like, kind of old, like, I don't know, they're kind of, like, bushy, genteel, old-fashioned with their, like, striped... Like, I feel like you could do, like, trope analysis, but I think that's a very far cry from saying that they're anti-Semitic caricatures. That's more of like a, well, where do these aesthetic stylings get pulled from? Truth, Ana. Old cartoon. Yeah, it actually makes me kind of feel like can we move on? Never, shut up. It actually makes me feel like there's been... It seems like there's an effort that's being made to kind of, like, condense the... Actually, I don't know. You can't really draw rich people like this anymore, right? Like, nowadays, rich people, like, wear whatever because we don't have very distinct class lines anymore. So it used to be to caricature the wealthy, you could just draw them in ridiculous top hats with their, like, penguin coats and everything. The guy with the beard looks like a Jewish caricature. The guy in the left... This guy just looks like a wizard to me. You'd have to draw boring tech CEO clothes, yeah. He looks like Moses, who was a Jew. He just looks like a wizard! Okay.
Interested in destroying and fighting against capitalism. Unfortunately, it's very clear to Jews that they all look...
There was a report on anti-Semitism in Labour under Corbyn that was pretty damning. Yeah, but don't forget, Labour sabotaged Corbyn. There were reports of anti-Semitism within Labour, and there were people underneath Corbyn who wanted to sabotage him and deliberately exacerbated / failed to look into / failed to address a lot of the claims of anti-Semitism, specifically to tear the party out from under Corbyn. They were so hateful towards him and towards socialists that they actually tore apart their own party rather than let him take charge or keep charge. It was like an actual hit job. It was insane.
Really Jewish.
The leader of the Labour.
Mind.
What I'm trying to say is, or what he's trying to say is that, look, it is
Maybe what he's trying to do is paint me into something I'm not.
Or maybe
think about that.
Maybe Joe, maybe the question is that it is always possible for all of us to be fallible. It's possible for you to be fallible. It's possible. Maybe you have
my mistake.
Some of them will link anti-capitalism and well, yeah, like there are tons of liberal Zionists who will be like, you believe that Palestinians should have human rights? What are you, a Nazi? You think that it's not fair for the ultra wealthy to control literally everything? That's a lot of anti-Semitic trope you're doing. Like there will always be people who weaponize idpol causes, like in bad faith, to protect other stuff.
I don't mean about the mural. I mean in general. Maybe there was just a blind spot on this for you, and that has long been the case, and that's fine. And as long as you can accept it and see. I mean, for example,
well, are you a psychiatrist as well?
No, it isn't about psychiatry,
well,
Jeremy.
It's about
just.
Sound like.
But why do you think it is then? Let me put it a different way. Why do you think it is that in 2023 this issue isn't there in the Labour Party now, but it was when you were leader?
No media are saying one word about it since the day I stepped down as leader.
That's total bullshit, by the way. That's 100% media manufactured. A lot of the accusations of anti-Semitism were like totally spurious and like really flimsy. The media hyper-fixated on it at the weirdest times for the weirdest reasons. Then it turns out the internals of the party were deliberately exacerbating it to hit Corbyn. And then when Corbyn leaves, even though those issues remain unaddressed, they stop talking about it. It's 100% like manufactured consent.
It's a media thing. It's just a media thing.
No, it's not just a media thing, but it's due to commentators and issues. I supported the rule changes in the party. I'd already implemented changes. Now, bear this in mind. When I became leader, there was no proper process for dealing with behaviour of party members.
Yeah, it's a lot like how people accuse Ilhan Omar of being anti-Semitic. Though that recent video, didn't she recently say in an interview she had no idea there was a relationship between Jewish people and like tropes about money? That was pretty wild. Oh, Joe Rogan was defending her when he recently said that anti-Semitic shit. Oh my God.
What did you learn? A lot. I certainly did not or was not aware that the word hypnotize.
The mural's artist did specifically say that the businessmen in the image were Jewish and white Anglos. Whoa, Breadlord20, if that's true, do you have a link to that or any evidence of that whatsoever?
Was a trope. I wasn't aware of the fact that there are tropes about Jews and money.
Wait, why do we have to cut the context out like that? What if she says something like more like after? Ilhan Omar did absolutely say anti-Semitic shit, though. I think Ilhan Omar said that like Israel has hypnotized the world, which, if you're familiar with right-wing tropes, I agree is anti-Semitic if done deliberately. But in the context of what was happening at the time, which is like, to be fair, Israel does do a ton of horrible shit, and Israel does, or said AIPAC. AIPAC's job is literally to like lobby an American government to try to like increase public support for Israeli issues. The wording is anti-Semitic, but like the underlying message, if you're being charitable, is true. So I'm more inclined to be charitable there because I don't feel like that. I don't feel like that's her being like the Jewish mind control or whatever bullshit Nazis believe in, you know? This one is pretty wild. Anyway, can I get a source on that? On the mural? The artist himself, Mir One, said, "My mural is about class and privilege. The banker group is made of Jewish and white Anglos." Damn! Well, hold the fuck on then. Never mind. Okay. All right. Nope. I'll take the L on this one. The artist just flat out was like, First of all, the wording here implies Jewish people can't be white, which is like classic anti-Semitic framing there. Yeah, okay, that's pretty direct. When did he say that? Rare L live? I feel like if he hadn't said that, I'd be more willing to be charitable towards this, but goddamn. Click on the 6. Yes, I know how citations work. This is from 2012, 11 years ago. Mirror 1 denies charges of anti-Semitism, but then is like, yeah, it's Jewish people. Okay. Local Tory councillor Peter Golds urged the police to pursue Mirror 1 under race hate legislation. Jesus Christ. Mirror 1 is an American artist based in Los Angeles. Huh. Anti-war, anti-Bush. Not much info here. But people are also assuming Corbyn knew the artist said that, right? I think that the mural in itself I think it is a huge stretch to say the mural in itself is Jewish caricatures. However, I must admit that with the added commentary of the artist, the association seems a lot more inarguable. The U.S. shot down another spy balloon? Oh, God. Let me finish this clip.
There was no way of dealing with these disciplinary matters. And you know what used to happen when I was first came to it? I couldn't believe it. The Labour Party head office would ring up my office and say, we're thinking of suspending so-and-so from a constituency party for something he's done. Is that okay with you? What? People I'd never heard of, people I didn't know, allegations were made against them for various misdemeanours in the locality. And what I said was, this is a nonsensical way of running a political party. There has to be a separation of the processes between the political leadership of the leader's office and a proper process of dealing with things. Independence, if you like, of a judicial system.
I just want to ask one more question about this. I want to move on.
Came to paint a mural that depicted the elite banker cartel known as the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, Morgans, the ruling class view elite, the wizard. Oh my God, dude. Hey, do you guys want another ultra hot take? The idea that we still associate like global wealth and capitalism with banking is really fucking weird to me. Like banking as an institution predates capitalism. It's not just a capitalist institution. The idea of lending money and charging interest is a kind of like really normal social thing. We've had that basically forever. But like there are like things way more endemic that for me, when I think of capitalism, what I think is like Wall Street and venture capitalists, you know, like investors. Those to me, those are the two like towers of like iconographic capitalism, representative capitalism, not banking. Banking was around in the feudal days. Why wouldn't it have been? It was around when the pharaohs were. I'm sure. I'm positive there would have been ancient Egyptian banks. There were Roman banks. Why wouldn't there be ancient Egypt? Yeah, you go back whatever currency the ancient Egyptians had. I have no idea what it was, but I'm sure they had something. But banking specifically is the field that Jewish people get like the tropes in, you know. If by normal you mean frequent and use the word normal to defend banking, then it's a huge L on your part. What? Banking has been around basically as long as organized human civilization. By that, I mean normal. I mean normal in the sense that it predates capitalism. It seems to be an unambiguously consistent accompaniment to human civilization. Which is not the case with Wall Street and venture firms. Those are modern. Those are new things. Yeah. And since it's so ancient, it's the perfect symbol for the elite that have always controlled the world. Do the anti-Semites want to call Jew? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, to them, it's like this ancient institution of blah, blah, blah. But, you know, yeah. Stop, the Egyptians were the Bronze Age several thousand years before the Romans? Yeah, I know. But they would have still had banks, right? Ancient Egyptian banks. The 5 oldest banks in Egypt, year founded, 1880. Okay, no, that's modern Egypt. Did ancient Egypt have banks? There were 2 types of banks operating within Egypt, royal and private. Documents made to show the banking of taxes were known as PEP token records. History of... Dude, I'm so smart. Some scholars suggest the Egyptian grain banking system was so well developed it was comparable to major modern banks, both in terms of its number of branches and employees and in terms of the total volume of transactions. Damn. That's cool. Rome literally had welfare where they gave wheat to the poor. Yeah, the grain dole, right? Don't mention a chat that a co-op focused society would still need public banks. Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. In fact, even a fully decommodified communist society would still probably need some way of like loaning social resources, right? If you have to imagine, even in a decommodified society, even if there's no money, right? You would still have like projects that would need a bunch of resources, and you probably couldn't just go up to your local like quarry and be like, yeah, give me like 5 billion tons of stone, like please. There would probably be some system of allocation that might take the form of a sort of pseudo bank. I don't know. I feel like currency is something we'll always need, and to an extent, I think banking will be as well. It can take many different forms, but another Chinese surveillance balloon was downed. Oh God, we have so much to talk about the stream, and I keep rambling. And also, we're going to be talking to that Kurzgesagt guy in an hour. Oh man.
Implemented those changes.
I understand.
And so
I know you feel passionate about it.
I'd like it to be accepted that I was the one that started a process that simply didn't exist. And Ian McNichol took a very, very long time to implement anything from Shami Chakrabarty's report.
I'm always very struck. You use that formulation then just now, as you did when I interviewed you about this at the time, which is that I've been an anti-racist all my life. And I don't dispute that. But is it just possible? I often thought this at the time, that maybe, in a way, because you know that, because you are convinced of that, you feel it in your bones, it does blind you to a form of racism that perhaps you are not sufficiently alive to.
This is idpol bullshit. I don't care about this at all. Corbyn's in the right here. I hate these. I hate arguments like this. I hate him so much. I hate this interviewer. I think it's also sus that Corbyn casually had dinner with Hamas leaders. That's infinitely worse than anything Omar said / done. I think some leeway can be given there because Hamas are kind of like effectively the rulers of Palestine. You know, obviously there are reasons for that, but that would be like, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. That would depend on like a lot of stuff. Hamas is really anti-Semitic, but also at the same time, it's like you know, in the whole Israel-Palestine conflict, like if you're going to talk with Palestinian leaders, like eventually you would like talk with Hamas. That'd be like calling out people for meeting with the Taliban. Yeah, though there's not an active humanitarian crisis happening in Afghanistan that is not being caused by the Taliban. I guess it would be more like if the oh man, it's so complicated. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. He also had dinner with the IRA. Does that mean he hates Protestants? I hope so. What about Corbyn's hot Ukraine take? I think Corbyn said a ton of dumb shit on Ukraine and on Assad in Syria. Wasn't Hamas created by Israel to destroy an Arab socialist revolution? The only thing I know about is that it seems like Hamas was getting political support and funding under the table from Netanyahu's government as a way of making them the de facto leaders of Palestine, because them being the leaders gave Israel the go-ahead to treat the entirety of the Palestinian liberation movement like terrorists. they wanted to have like a quote-unquote unreasonable opposition. And Hamas is pretty unreasonable, so. Corbyn's deputy at the time said Israel trained George Floyd police killers. I don't know about that specifically, but if I remember correctly, isn't there a lot of U.S.-Israeli collaboration when it comes to police training? Like Israeli IDF methods. Yeah. So I don't think that means that it like directly happened to the Derek Chauvin, but you know. Weird. Okay, what's the balloon shit? Yeah, that quote, Teth. Not good. Chinese balloon over Alaska. NSC spokesman John Kirby confirms it has been downed. Cool. All right. Okay. Oh, boy. Pop, Mr. Xi Jinping. Hamas controls Gaza, not Palestine. I know, but broadly. F-22 fighters finally got to use their planes. Yeah, I guess so. That balloon was no match. Size of a small car, flying about 40,000 feet. The Chinese learned nothing from World War I. If anyone's curious, I recommend that you take a look at the Legal Eagle video on this subject. There's a guy on who talks about international law and the historical precedent when it comes to airspace and like shooting down balloons and stuff like that. It was a good video, but basically the takeaway from the video was that there's a lot of ambiguity around international law, and if China wanted to perceive what Biden was doing here as like an act of war or an act of aggression, they kind of can, but I guess you can no matter what, right? Like, you can choose to interpret things however you want. Didn't China send balloons over Canada and India too? I mean, they probably have balloons everywhere, right? Just, yeah. We don't know who owns this object. Oh. So how do we know it's Chinese? I mean, it probably is, but... Says made in China on it, yeah. I agree, Lori P. I recommend the U2 incident for more historical context on spying stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of like say so when it comes to international law. I don't think that Americans have the right to fearmonger over this because of our unparalleled surveillance abilities the world over. I don't think we should really be complaining. Yes, the U2 incident was a lot more controversial, for sure. We'll see if anything interesting happens as a product of that. Let me just clear through these links. We have like an hour. Lama Khan was the star witness of Qatar's The Labor Files, now sacked. She was hired under Corbyn to investigate anti-Semitism and other disciplinary cases. Here she is promoting the far right. It's 2023 and Tommy Robinson is more left-wing than the leader of the Labor Party. Uh-oh. Hired under Corbyn to investigate anti-Semitism. Uh-oh. Is this like a Nazbol type? Tommy Robinson's a white nationalist? Yeah, I know that. That's why I'm saying, is she a Nazbol for promoting? Great. Phenomenal stuff. All right, let's take a look at the actual... Okay. Pig news. And by pig news, what I actually mean is Chernobyl, kind of? Not really, but a little bit. So there was an explosion in Ohio. This is very important. This ties into a lot of stuff. We're gonna We're gonna talk about this, okay? Let's get into this, all right? I know chat's bursting at the seams to share links, but you're gonna have to be a little bit patient. Drone video shows aftermath of Ohio train derailment, explosion. Drone videos, famous for not having audio. So what you're seeing here is not the ideal orientation of a train. I don't know how much train stuff you typically see, but they should not actually look like this. They're usually not on fire, and they do tend to be more or less stacked in a line. This is too zigzaggy. So now, any train derailment is obviously a massive issue. I mean, it's dangerous. People get hurt. People die. This one is especially problematic, though, because you see, this freight train was carrying some spicy materials. Quote, and by the way, this town is called East Palestine. It's in Ohio. A freight train derailment in East Palestine. No, that's not a joke. Near the Pennsylvania state line, left a mangled and charred mass of boxcars in flames Saturday as authorities launched a federal investigation and monitored air quality from the various hazardous chemicals in the train. I'm going to loop this because I feel like a news presenter while having this play while I talk. About 50 cars derailed in East Palestine at around 9 p.m., carrying a variety of products. There was no immediate info on what caused the derailment. No injuries or damage to structures were reported. The post-derailment fire spanned about the length of the derailed train cars. The fire since reduced in intensity but remains active, and the two main tracks are still blocked. Norfolk Southern, that is the company, said 20 of the more than 100 cars were classified as carrying hazardous materials, defined as cargo that could pose any kind of danger, including flammables, combustibles, or environmental risks. Graham said 14 cars carrying vinyl chloride were involved in the derailment and have been exposed to fire. At least one is intermittently releasing the contents of the car through a pressure release device as designed. This time, we're working to verify which hazardous material cars, if any, have been breached. Vinyl chloride, used to make the polyvinyl chloride hard plastic resin used in a variety of plastic products, is associated with increased risk of liver cancer and other cancers. It goes on to talk about a variety of potential risks. Safe to say, there's a lot of dangerous stuff on board. But something that's interesting about this is that, as I understand it, there's an unusual level of secrecy going on at this here derailment site. Reporter arrested during news event on Ohio train derailment. You see, they evacuated the entire town of East Palestine. The whole town's out of there. A reporter was pushed to the ground, handcuffed, and arrested for trespassing while covering a news conference about the derailment of a train carrying toxic chemicals in Ohio. News Nation posted video of correspondent Evan Lambert being arrested Wednesday in the gymnasium of an elementary school in East Palestine, where Governor Mike DeWine was giving an update about the accident. There has been... Now, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. We still haven't actually gotten a report on what breached. Have we? Some of the stuff on the trains has been identified, but the actual specific things that have been breached haven't been. Is that correct? Okay, just making sure. That's what I saw from before. It's whew.
Please. You guys, he's a national correspondent. You cannot do this. I'm a reporter with News Nation. It's all being recorded right now. I hope it is. This is horrible. Because you can't talk to people about doing their job.
It was carrying Twitter leftists, the most toxic substance. The most toxic substance known to man, precisely. Whew. Yeah, that was quite the fire. Look at that. Uh-huh. Apparently, a lot of people's pets have died. People's pets are dying in their houses, presumably because there is some kind of leak. I I mean, we know there's something. I just don't know how much information has actually been released. Story on the animals, it's very sad. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Health concerns mounting as animals become sick after train derailment. Show the rest of their faces. Well, that's too sad, Vermin. Too sad. Health concerns growing in East Palestine as reports rise of animals getting sick and some even dying. The train derailment is causing struggles not just for the animals but their owners as well. Let's see. So he said all the foxes have been sick and acting differently since the weekend. Some have had abnormally puffy faces. There you go, Vermin. And are not eating properly. Many are dealing with stomach issues and acting lethargic. They're weak. Some died just immediately. Yeah, anything that can do that to a fox can probably do something to a human. This is industrial negligence, isn't it? It is, and we're going to get to that. I just wanted to initially establish just how bad this has gotten. I mean, past the evacuations, this was updated on the 7th, 3 days ago, so this is not immediately up to date. But the main issue seems to be that we don't really have a good read on what the environmental damage is, despite the fact that by now, presumably, Norfolk Southern has been able to identify which cars have been breached and to what extent, you know? It's been several days. By now, we can reasonably assume they know what's been released. And I have a feeling that an effort is being made to wait or downplay things as much as possible. I mean, that's kind of like the classic post-chemical spill attitude of a company. You know, it's not the first time something like this has happened. I'm just interested in seeing how bad it actually gets. I mean, East Palestine isn't exactly a totally undeveloped area, as you can see. You know, people live here. And if it need be, semi-permanent evacuation of a town is a pretty goddamn big deal. But it's not just about the chemicals. It's also about how the chemicals ended up there. Here. Shortly before the derailment in East Palestine, again, no idea why it's called that, there were lobbying efforts by Norfolk Southern and other railroad companies for the right to carry hazardous and flammable materials on trains with outdated braking systems, while slashing their workforces by about 30%. See, trains and train networks are old and reliable technology for the most part, but braking in particular has come a long way, a long way since the original laying of our train infrastructure, and the idea of carrying like thousands of gallons of toxic chemicals on more than a century-old braking tech is a little bit strange. Here. Documents show that when the current transportation safety rules were first created, a federal agency sided with industrial lobbyists and limited regulations governing the transport of hazardous compounds. The decision effectively exempted many trains hauling dangerous materials, including the one in Ohio, from the high hazard classification and its more stringent safety requirements. Amid the lobbying blitz against stronger transportation safety regulations, Norfolk Southern paid executives millions and spent billions on stock buybacks, which, remember, is effectively the same as just giving billions of dollars to your board of directors, all while the company shed thousands of employees despite warnings that understaffing is intensifying safety risks. Norfolk Southern officials also fought off a shareholder initiative that might have required company executives to assess, review, and mitigate risks of hazardous material transportation. Yeah. Vosh didn't read the rest of the text, but the person was at meetings and stuff, and they apparently removed chemical detectors on the train, and the workers there were striking just weeks ago. Yeah, those might have been the very labor strikes that Biden shut down. How nice of him. See, you guys know how... You guys know how trains are good and we don't use them enough? You've heard about this? You've heard these rumors? I'm waiting. Yeah, okay. So, problem is, much as you may have heard about the death of rail, existing rail industries are actually sickeningly profitable. See, there are lots of things you can do with rail, some more profitable than others. Commuter rail, for example, is not as profitable as like direct, short, like one point to one point, like high load freight carrying. That's like a very high profit margin for any run with a train. Whereas managing passenger rail, it gets finicky. You know, people shit in train cars. It's a whole mess. What we've seen is that companies like Norfolk Southern have, through stringent deregulation and constant cutting of their workforce, have been trying to milk as much of a profit margin as possible out of a very limited range of things that they think trains are good for. See, people will tell you that under the current system, trains aren't profitable when they're run for commuter rail. They're not profitable when they're run for this or that. How can trains be profitable? We all know that trains have been on the way out for like a century. How can they possibly be profitable? In reality, the profit margin for trains is disgusting. Norfolk Southern Railway came away with $10 billion in revenue back in 2020. There is not a lack of money to be made here. The problem is they just focus on maximizing the profit margins on the thin, like the set of things they actually want to focus on. One of them being, of course, the transportation of hazardous chemicals, direct back and forth. They make a lot of money off of that. And the best way they can maximize their profit margin on those limited ventures is, of course, fewer regulations and pay less wages. This is what we saw, with the rail strikes that Biden shut down, where, the rail companies aren't even willing to give like sick days to their workers. Hell, did you know that some of the rail companies are actually talking about making it so that trains run with only one person rather than two? That's not a joke, okay? Think about a train, okay? A train is not a car. A train is like hundreds of tons of machinery, just an enormously powerful and complicated machine, maintained by two people, a conductor and an engineer. And together, they are the ones in charge of making sure that train runs on time, to make sure that it runs properly and safely, and so on and so forth. There have been talks of having it so that a train has one conductor, and sometimes there will be a guy following the train by car, sometimes multiple trains, and if the conductor has a mechanical issue, they can call that person by car, and that person can show up and help with the train. This isn't a joke. That is actually a thing that has been bantied about as a possible solution, because it would allow one guy in a car to be the collective engineer of several trains at a rail yard as they run parallel or at least roughly near each other. Leaving aside the fact that trains often run through cellular dead zones, meaning that it would be completely impossible to contact anyone, and the fact that that's psychotic and completely insane to not have the engineer on board, this is how far they're willing to go to cut down on their losses. This is how far they're willing to go to maximize profit. Personally, I think every train should have 60 people on board. Not for commuter rail. I just mean 30 conductors and 30 engineers. Have them all crammed up there in the front cabins, I don't care. That's socialism. In 2017, after rail industry donors delivered more than $6 million to GOP campaigns, the Trump administration, backed by rail lobbyists and Senate Republicans, rescinded part of the rule that made better braking systems widespread on the nation's rails. Specifically, regulators killed provisions requiring rail cars carrying hazardous flammable materials to be equipped with electronic braking systems to stop trains more quickly than conventional air brakes. Norfolk Southern had previously touted the new technology, known as ECP brakes, for its potential to reduce train stopping distances by as much as 60% over conventional air brake systems. Do you think conductors and engineers have sex with each other on the job? I bet they do. I bet so as well. Evil, they're just evil? Yes. If I recall correctly, originally the brakes on a train would be like a mechanical lever that you would have to flip, and it would only work for that train. that like car in the train. Meaning if you had like a 10-car train and you wanted to hit the brakes, you would have a guy with big shoulder muscles pull a giant lever switch on the front one and then run to the second one and pull another one and then run to the third one and pull another one as many times as they needed to actually like sufficiently bring it down. And air brakes, I think, use like an air hydraulic system to brake the entire train at once, which, as you can imagine, makes things a lot easier. And then electronic brakes are electronic. They're cool. They're disco, all right? They're cyber. They're awesome. They're poggers. No, every car had its own brakeman. Never mind. That makes a lot more sense. Apparently, every car in old trains had its own brakeman. So you really would have 60 people on the train. You would just have them all one-to-one in a car, like next to each other in a line, and then like somebody would scream brake, and they would all just flip it. That is communism right there. That is good. Would ECP brakes have reduced the severity of this accident? Yes, Stephen Dittmeyer, a former senior official at the Federal Railroad Administration, told The Lever. The railroads will test new features, but once they are told they have to do it, they don't want to spend the money. Norfolk Southern did not answer questions about its efforts to weaken safety mandates. Oh, hey guys, in case you wanted a little treat, just so you know, they're trying to do the exact same thing for planes as well. Planes used to require 3 people in the front cabin. They would have pilot, co-pilot, and flight engineer. They got rid of flight engineers. Now it's just pilot and co-pilot. And they're trying to get rid of co-pilots for short ones. One guy. Certain airplane models require 3 people in cockpit, not all. Yeah, for larger ones. But nowadays, for larger flights, flight engineers just aren't a thing anymore. Will that make labor struggles harder or easier? A lot harder, I would say, in my opinion. The FAA would never allow it. Do not make any bets on what any federal regulatory agency will allow when it comes to the profit margins of a company. The interesting difference being that airlines actually run on incredibly tight margins. I mean, I'm pretty sure that like the profit margins on what Norfolk Southern and other train companies do are many times higher than that of airlines, because planes are, as it turns out, quite expensive. And while trains are as well, trains are a lot simpler and a lot less expensive than planes are, by far. Yeah, aviation relies on government subsidy. Otherwise it just would not exist, or they'd have to raise the prices, which I think they should do. Norfolk Southern did not answer questions about its efforts to weaken safety mandates. The company also did not answer questions about what kind of braking system was operated on the train that derailed in Ohio. Oh, right. Okay. So that answers the question right there, doesn't it? Would not answer question about what kind of braking system was operated on the train that derailed in Ohio. You know for a fact if those had been electronic brakes, they would have immediately been like, no, we adhered to the highest degree of safety and standard. You know. A spokesperson for the agency confirmed to The Lever the derailed train was not equipped with ACP brakes. Well, there you go. Are companies forced to increase profits even if it leads to worse products due to a fiduciary responsibility to shareholders? Yes. When it comes to stuff like trains, there's not really a way to improve trains that much. I don't want to sound defeatist or anything, but with existing rail infrastructure, working with the systems we already have, trains can only go so fast. There are, diminishing returns to higher rates of speed and different types of. They've already pretty much like maxed out. They've pretty much optimized the amount of money that you can get on a train. Like trains are nearly optimized. So how do you continue to increase profits? Because keep in mind, if you're a shareholder in Norfolk Southern or somebody who just buys shares, you're doing it because you want those shares to appreciate in value, right? Whether you have just 10 shares in Norfolk Southern or 10 million, you want those shares to go up in value, correct? I mean, that makes sense. But it won't do that if the company just continues to maintain its current level of efficiency. the company has to grow. One of the ways you can get your shareholders more money without actually growing the company is by spending your profits on stock buybacks, which is what a company does when they buy back their own stock. When they buy back their own stock, they assimilate it into the company, therefore making the remaining stock on the market more valuable. So if there are, say, 10 billion shares out there, they buy back 1 billion of them. The remaining 9 billion now represent the proportional worth of that company's evaluation on the stock market. Yes, this was illegal until Reagan made it legal, just so you know. And as a product of that, they can actually increase the value of their top shareholders' stocks without increasing the worth of the company directly. But still, in optimized systems, a growth-centric model still needs to grow. The vast majority of the nation's trains continue to rely on a braking system first developed in 1868. Trains equipped with these traditional air brakes make emergency stops more slowly and with a higher rate of damage than trains equipped with ECP brakes, according to both safety advocates and the Federal Railroad Administration. While air brakes stop train cars individually as air pressure moves sequentially from one car to the next, ECP brakes operate much faster using an electronic signal. So keep in mind, these guys are so unwilling to slightly widen their profit margins. To spend even a little bit more money to spend something like ECP brakes. This would not be that expensive to implement. We're talking about, hey, what if we used electronics to brake? This is not like revolutionary, you know? But hey, even that would cost some money, and that would mean less money for stock buybacks. All right, well. We will see what ends up happening with the cleanup. I mean, it really depends on what chemicals were on that train and which got breached. No matter what turns out to be the case, we just have to understand this will continue to be a problem, an increasing problem, as long as we allow Norfolk Southern and other rail companies to skirt by on regulations. An ECP is around 88,000 per train. 88,000? They're afraid of 88,000? That's it? Per train? 10 billion revenue? Okay. That one stock buyback they did would have been enough to update their entire train line. All right, that's enough. Close it. Vosh, sorry, can I set things up to let Daniil run around? He's losing his mind. He wants to run. Yeah, you can let him run around. I'll close the bathroom door so he can't run in there. So up next, we're going to be talking to the guy who made that anti-Kurzgesagt video. The conversation took a little while, but I wanted to have it with him. Here's Kurzgesagt's response to the Hated Ones video. Here's the Hated Ones response to Kurzgesagt's response. Whoa, that looks like spoilers, my friend. We'll have the conversation in just a half hour. Why'd he bail last time? It looks like it was just an honest-to-goodness scheduling issue. He actually showed up later in that stream's duration to go like, are you still here? Da-da-da. But by that point, we were already on other stuff, so. Been known to happen. Do a bit of prep. No, wait. I'm just going to ask him some questions. You know, if he ends up having a bunch of great points, then I'm here for it. Shapiro video on the Wizard game to watch after. Is Hogwarts Legacy transphobic? I'd be surprised if the game itself was transphobic. Actually, wait, they did have that trans woman character, and the trans woman was named Serona Ryan. Wait, never mind. It's anti-Semitic. Ah. Serona's voiced by a dude. Oh man, they really got a guy to voice the trans woman? That's bold. I actually respect the seething contempt. I respect it. I don't know, I'm not super convinced about the name thing. Ryan's just an Irish last name. It's a lot of stuff adding up. No, that's wrong. It was voiced by a trans woman, I'm pretty sure. Ah, well, a trans woman isn't a dude. She played by trans woman Rebecca Root. Ah, okay. So was the person who said it was voiced by a dude then themselves being transphobic? Oh, shit. Women can be dudes. That is true. Women can be dudes. I think trans people should do the opposite and try to make Harry Potter a trans icon, then conservatives will hate Harry Potter. Well, it is kind of funny that basically every major actor in the Harry Potter series has come out and like denounced J.K. Rowling, you know? Ron did, Harry did, Hermione did. Didn't Dudley? Turkey's blocking Rojava from sending aid to Syria. Yeah, that makes sense. Turkey wants to block any kind of intra-Kurdish assistance or allegiance. JK wasn't even at the reunion? Nice. Bellatrix came out in support of Rowling, though. I think I remember that. Here, let me read these donos real quick. We have about a half hour before the conversation, which means that we'll be able to go over another segment beforehand, probably, but still. Aaron with the $10. Would nationalizing freight trains be a solution, or would worker ownership be better? I think you can make a very strong argument for nationalization being the preferable solution when it comes to something like freight. That being said, I don't think they should be mutually exclusive, right? You can nationalize something, but also have internal worker democracy. Daniel. Daniel spent all of yesterday zooming around the goddamn studio. Yeah? Wiggle? We wiggling? Yeah, life is so hard spending your entire day sleeping and eating and pooping. Wow. Well, life is so hard. He wants to zoom so badly. There we go. Go and zoom. Be free. What can you do with the $5? Give me some constructive bullying on this. A proposal that would require reps to cross their district once a year using only public transportation. I would love that. Actually, my main proposition is that I don't think you should be allowed to be a federal politician unless you have done at least 6 months of minimum wage service work filmed the entire time. Because I know that Bernie Sanders could make it through 6 months of being a Starbucks barista with no issues. And I know that Trump would get fired in his first day. Okay? That's what I think. Red Nova with the 449 euro. I've long thought cargo ships could be powered by reactors like submarines to help lower emissions, but they never pay for the needed technicians. Yeah, I'm certainly not opposed to like outfitting nuclear reactors on a lot of big boats. They do use a lot of really big the engines, as certainly could use them. Has there ever been an issue of like a nuclear spill from a nuclear powered boat or submarine or anything? Has that happened? What if it got hijacked? I mean, you can't really hijack like a modern freight boat.
Can you turn the water off or the door?
The door's closed.
What are you doing?
Yes, you can. I don't think that's ever happened. Yes, you can. A modern, like the one that blocked the Suez Canal, the colossal ones. That's what modern piracy is. You guys know that modern oceanic, there's literally a movie. Okay, there's a movie, Somalian Pirates. The Somalian pirates have lost. Never seen Captain Phillips? Are you seriously just basing this on a movie? The movie's based on a true story. Is this how you make your political decisions? You saw a movie and the movie was based on a true story? Guys, what kind of ships do you think would have nuclear reactors? Do you think like your average barge? It would be like these. I've never heard of a ship like this being hijacked. Like, how could you? Yeah, they were. They were? Biggest cargo ship ever hijacked. Also, what the fuck do you think some Somali pirates are going to do with a nuclear reactor? Maersk, Alabama hijacking? In 2009, 4 pirates in the Somali basin. But the Somali pirates are, like, gone, basically. Don't tell me this is the boat you're referring to. You think this is going to have a nuclear reactor? Yeah, seriously? Guys? And you know what? With the nuclear... Okay, how about this, guys? How about if they're willing to spend the money to add a nuclear reactor to their gigantic freight ship, maybe they would also have some guards. Like, maybe all the money they'd save on fuel, they'd be like, we should have, like, some guys with guns. Okay, you have to read these fucking donos. You guys are insufferable. Christ. Darth Nihilus, the $10. WTYP talked about this in their episode of the Frankfurt Junction Railway. Yes, please watch. Well, there's your problem podcast. I cribbed a bunch of info off of them for what I was just talking about. Please. Valkyrie 213, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Agreed. Moody Midnight, thank you likewise. Really appreciate that. Shadow Angel 09 with the $5. Going to talk about Zan getting mad and blocking people over Merrick being an FD's video. I know you avoid friend drama, but it's Zan's first big miss. I saw that. I thought that Zan was being a bit mean to Merrick there. I agree with the frustration and sympathize fully with Zan, but I don't think it's fair to block Merrick over that. But that's between them. I don't, like, that's such a them thing. Like, it's not a big political evil that's been done. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. The only way Vosh could get better optics would be for him to get laser corrective eye surgery. True, nobody has an issue with me. The whole concept with leftist boycott seems to stem from the same place as they go low, we go high in veganism. Pure fart smelling moral purity bullshit. Well, veganism is morally correct, but I do I do agree that like lefty boycotts are primarily about like the moral purity of not consuming the product and not about any actual outcome. Nesink, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Greetings from Bavaria. Oh, hello to you. Keffels, thanks the gifted tier 1 sub. My goodness, Keffels. Danielle. Zades 232, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Put the subscription money towards buying a new unscratched throne, my king, or nuggies, you do you. It'll be one or the other. Thank you. To Drum Shark, thank you for the $5. Sleeping medication changed my life. Maybe talk to a doctor. I had insomnia almost every night. Now I sleep 7 hours like clockwork. maybe. Mr. Boring Person, Photosynthetic Hermit, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Kriller, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Bebop 117, thank you likewise. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs, I really appreciate that. Gut Truck, thank you for the $20. Surf Nazis Must Die is a great movie. So noted. Siggy Sigwald, thank you for the 900 ARS. Keffels, thanks the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. And Sake with the 2 gifted tier 2 subs. These are from yesterday, by the way. Just running through these quickly. Really, I'd rather not. Thank you for the 5 Australian both. RJ White with the 10 Canadian. That's very kind of you. Ivan, thank you for the $5. Sovball, thank you for the $5. You can hear him zip it. You might get to see a baby tackle at some point if they happen to stand in the right place. Brandon J. Smith, thank you for the $5. Very kind of you. Dead Not Sleeping, likewise. Soptop, thank you for the 5 Australian. Bebop117, thank you for the 3 gifted tier 1 subs. Fantasia, thank you for the $44. Actually, Leo from actualize.org reached out to you to talk about Spiral Dynamics in 2020, but you turned me down because you were debating too many Nazis. Ah, interesting. Well, I did debate a lot of Nazis back then. Now they're all just like open Republicans, so gotten even worse. Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Arvid Pearson, thank you for the 129 Swedish kronar. Gotcha. I didn't know about that point. You guys are still donating. How am I ever going to get through these? Adrian Jipov, thank you for the $2 and $5 both. I really appreciate those. Sake, thanks the 2 gifted tier 2 subs. We will have to do OK Buddy Vosh soon. Bricklayer, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. Mega Demon Drug, thank you for the $20. Thank you for covering the East Palestine train derailment. I suspect the community and environment will suffer with consequences for years. Yes, it's basically like an entire town getting like toxic bombed. Purely, it seems, based on the carelessness and greed of a railroad company. Far from the worst thing that a railroad company has done, but you know, it's a pretty tough list. They've done a lot of bad stuff. Zion, thank you for the $5. I won't be happy until every boat is nuclear powered, right down to the last one-man fishing boat owned by insufferable retired white dudes. Eat it, chat. True. Nuclear powered. You know what? Nuclear powered sailing boat as well. Even if there's no engine, just put a reactor in there. Who cares? Uncle Kali, thank you for the $5. Marvel at this EP kitty. Ooh. Little baby. So EP. Daniil was sleeping at my feet like basically all of yesterday because I was playing a game called, I think, like Age of Darkness or something. Yeah, Age of Darkness Final Stand. Somebody recommended it because I was bemoaning the lack of RTS games on like the Steam store, and it's basic. I think it's basically like an unfinished, but like in my opinion, kind of cooler version of They Are Billions, which I like. But it also makes my computer belch out a lot of hot air. Norfolk Southern offered the city $25,000, which is $5 per person in the city. $25,000? Oh my God! This is like an insult. It is an insult. It's like it's like an actual insult. Like a deliberate, they know. Yeah. Liat Tsukinaga, thank you for the tier 1 sub. You got an email a while ago about a fan who got out of an abusive relationship because of you, and he finally got around to subscribing. I hope your day is good. My day is good. Thank you. I hope yours is as well. I do remember that email. Hot Nut Pancho, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Thanks for helping pull me out of the pipeline with your Dark Souls and Elden Ring tier lists. Cheers. Love the stream. Yeah, I got to do more game run-throughs, 100%. Real PixP, thank you for the $5. Thanks for nudging me over on the ADHD hill to work on my portfolio, coding a shrub to fit in with the forest. More soon. Is this an MP4? What is this? What on earth is this? A shrub to fit in with the forest. You mean white forest? Is this a mobile app for the site? I'm not qualified to in any way evaluate tech stuff. You'd have to go to White Nervosa for that, but That's potentially, if I'm, you know, not mistaken, pretty poggers actually. I just don't want to overstate or speak out of line because I know I don't know much on the subject. Valdice, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Vosh, it would mean a lot to me if you gave Sonic Frontiers a chance. I'm sorry, I have never been a Sonic fan. I'm pretty openly contemptuous towards Sonic. I don't even like the early Sonic games. I just find it frustrating how you just sort of run forward till you hit something and you have to know the map well before you can actually like skillfully navigate it. They're not bad. The early Sonic games are not my taste thing. The later, more recent Sonic games are more of a I'm not doing that. Like no. What about the fan art? I also don't understand the amount of pornographic Sonic fan art, considering that the designs are pretty objectively like sexless. Even Rogue or Roge or whatever her name is, like they gave her tits, I guess, but I just genuinely can't imagine deriving any kind of sexual interest from the faces that Sonic characters have. Like if you want to go for Mario, like you could absolutely make DILF Daddy shit out of Bowser. Mario and Luigi are basically just cartoon humans. Princess Peach is twice their height and also a cartoon human. The one space princess from Super Mario Galaxy is actively hot. What's her name? Luna? Luna's actually hot. Like, for real, for real. Oh, is that Rosalina? Then who's Luna? Rosalina, sorry. Oh, Luna's the star that's with her. Okay, gotcha. Luna's cute as hell. Oh, sorry, Rosalina. Well, I guess they both are, but, you know, I'm in different ways. Like, sexualizing this, totally get it. Totally makes sense. Completely get it, you know? But, like, this? Incomprehensible to me. She's a child, isn't she? What? She doesn't look like one. She looks like a cartoon. Shut up. She's not. She's literally a star princess, okay? She's probably like a million. But I can't imagine sexualizing this. Dude, I love how when you Google anything about Sonic, there's a bunch of official art of official characters that look like DeviantArt OCs, but they're real. How wild is that? It's like real, you know? It's like... Rusty Rose. Yeah, that's what she's called. Here's Pirate Rose. I've just never liked the character designs for Sonic stuff. Actually, I think that the designs that I liked most for the Sonic characters were from Sonic Boom, which nobody seemed to like. Actually, wait, I'm looking at it again and I disagree. Hold on, wait, never mind. Wait, hold on, my memory's doing me dirty right now. What the fuck did they do to my Ugandan knuckles here? Holy shit. What's with all the bandages? Alright, never mind. What do they look like in Sonic Frontiers? I guess my main issue with Sonic is that it feels like the character design was kind of doomed from the beginning because it still has that like 1990s too cool for school vibe, but it's 2023, which makes it come across as tragically dated, like inherently. I don't know. Mario is pretty ubiquitous. It's literally just like Mario. I don't feel like Mario was chasing a stylistic trend. Still cool to me? That's fine. I mean, I remember enjoying those, the Super Mario Bros. Z Newgrounds cartoons. Does anyone remember that? When I was a kid, I was like 10 or something. I remember thinking those were so cool. They were like sprite battle animations with Mario and Sonic characters with kind of like a Dragon Ball Z power-up, like, defeat the enemies vibe. Though, unlike Dragon Ball Z, the Super Mario Bros. Z had good fight scenes. They were really well made. Does anyone here who watched this shit, anyone here who's probably, like, right in my age group, do y'all remember how fucking intimidating Mecha Sonic was made, even with their, like, bit sprites and their, like, limited sound work? That was good. ADHD Incarnate? Now, I just think they were good. I actually rewatched them about a year ago, just, you know, see if they're still good. They are! They actually were really well made. It wasn't just me being like a kid. Let's watch one for a couple seconds. It might actually not be copyright. It's entirely possible that it's not, in fact, because it was just a Newgrounds animation. Oh my god. Super Mario Bros. Z Original Series 4K Remaster, 3 hours, 20 minutes. How? Holy shit, that's loud. God damn. There was so much effort being put into this. Holy fuck. Music may be copyright? Yeah, probably. Damn, they put so much effort into this shit. No, that's Sonic music? I don't fucking remember. Look at the effort, dude. Holy shit. That's a Metal Slug animation explosion sprite. I remember. That really is like solidified quantum autism. I mean, I was like 9 when I first saw it, but I would have been autistic back then too. So yeah, probably. All right, we're finishing these donos. You're not distracting me any further by reminding me of my childhood. They referenced this in one of the most recent Sonic cartoons. What? That's not. Oh, stop! Stop! Shut the fuck up, Fortuna. Pessimist, the $5 just came in, but I wanted to tell you I heard the actress for Serona Ryan is a trans woman, and they apparently pitched down her lines on purpose. If it can be proven, or if the voice actress would come out and say they pitched down my lines, that would be so fucking funny, dude. If they did that, I would need to see proof of that though, because that's a wild accusation. Lucas, the $5, 30 hours into Hogwarts Legacy, came in with low expectations, but I can't stop playing. The world and exploration's a treat. I don't doubt the game is competently made. I'm sure there's a lot of good stuff there. A ton of developers worked in that game who have nothing to do with the politics of the situation, you know? Phenom with the $10. Vosh, can you play Hi-Fi Rush on stream? I'll probably play Hi-Fi Rush after I finish Bayonetta, if we ever get around to that. Almighty Andrew, thanks the $15. Hey Vosh, I'm a musician making an album about food. I've been looking for your coffee supremacy rant. Maybe give another so I can sample on a song about coffee. I can't just make one out of nowhere. If you ask around my Discord, they'll probably find it for you though. It is true that coffee is a fuckload better than tea though. Shabazz, the $5. Did y'all forget about fixing chat so the line doesn't jump to the front after the first letter? Drives me insane. That doesn't happen to me in ages, Shabazz. I have no idea why that would happen to you. Hannibal with the $5. The Wikipedia on nuclear marine propulsion states insurance would be too expensive for civil use. That makes sense for now. Failsons, the $5. Vasha motivated to lose weight. Any tips? Halo 3 win, by the way? Never. Also, calorie count, but don't take it too seriously, you know? Just set a good goal. Find some foods and meals that are tasty but low cal, and just kind of like use those as staples to fill you up. And don't take it too seriously. Keathar's Forever, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thanks for streaming at a sensible time where I, a European, can watch live. I turned 40 this week and can't do all the late nights anymore. Also, do OKBV. Okay, thanks, bye. I'll keep it in mind. Happy birthday. Thank you. Joshua, go to the $5. I have to go to the bathroom so bad. Okay. NASDAQ, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Biden, K Comrade Robin Hood with the tier 1 sub. Biden lifted some of the sanctions on Syria to help people send money to their relatives. That's nice. Interesting. I'll give it a look. Saki, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 2 subs. Genius idea, throne made of chicken nuggies so you can feed cats, never end stream starving, and not worry about scratches. I think they tear it to shreds in like 4 minutes, maybe? Not a terrible idea, though. I think I have seen Parasite I Like Turtles. I liked it a lot. Thank you. Natalie Lopez, thanks for the $2. Stanley the Dog, thank you for the $5. Any advice for a 24 male NEET with severe indecision and insecurity except therapy? That's a lot to lay on me in one dono. You have to get used to going outside and talking to people. Going outside and talking to people is a skill. And like all skill, it takes time in order to get comfortable with it. You need to develop like a habit for good. Look, the habits you set will be the life that you live, you know? The days that you have will be the years that you have. So make an effort to go out and like touch grass a little bit, or like go say hi to somebody, or like go to a local event, see what's happening in your area. There's always something. Dr. Luciferin, thank you for the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Parasocially love you, man. Keep up your grind, homie. I will, with the incredible support of my community, of course. And Haley, thanks to the €2. Second Count Dankula debate, he seemed reasonable. Really? That's the impression you got. Maybe next time if we debated, it wouldn't be on what's going on in his head. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. Thoughts? DOE report finds hundreds of retiring coal plant sites could convert to nuclear. Oh, God, I wish. It'll never happen because it's too based. See, that's the issue. We can't have good things. So it's not going to happen. If we could have good things, then it might happen, but we can't, so it won't. Also, just a second. Vermin! Can you talk less loudly? Talk less loudly. They said maybe. We can't hear them, asshole? I can. It's Shut the Fuck Up Friday, exactly. All right, let me send a Zoom link over to our Kurzgesagt hating friend. I got Zoom Premium for the Marianne Williamson conversation as well, so I'm zipped up right now. Got a whole year of infinite Zoom calls. Yeah, I know, Vermin. I can hear. New meeting. Hold on, 1 second. Why'd that not work? Why is that not working? Who gave him immunity? Can people be immune? Apparently. I'll check. Odd. Holy shit. He's hacked the code. He's hacked the web code. Who the hell is Fortuna? Vermin's boyfriend. People can be immune? Holy shit. Can I be immune? Here, let me get the person in here. What do I have to click on? Once you're already in the call, apps, participants, invite, copy, invitation link. There we go. All right, we'll see if he joins this time. in the meantime. Who's this handsome devil? Oh my god, it's me. I couldn't tell because I was so fucking small. Got a paycheck, so hello from Ukraine. Lavender Corpse, if you're in Ukraine, you probably need that shit more than I do. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Ithaquah, thank you for the $5. Max Buckner, thank you for the 2. I really hope I'm able to fix my sleep issues soon. I tried to be a little bit more responsible last night, but unfortunately I made the mistake of watching a JXC video, then realizing there were 3 of her videos I hadn't watched, and ended up laying in bed for 2 hours watching them. But I did do 2 things that were smart. I wore earplugs, so I was less likely to be woken up. And also, I did some stretching before I went to bed to try to alleviate the tension headache, because it was coming from a twinge in my neck. And that actually did help. I think it's all tension headaches, which means that I need to be a bit better, like maybe 10 minutes of stretching. Just a little bit, I think would do a lot. Get a massage, dude. Oh, I need a massage so badly. Maybe I should just get one after stream. Yeah, that would probably be good. I got a deep tissue massage once, and it hurt, you know, a bit, but it was a lot of fun. Oh, here. Oh, they're saying they can't join. Hold on. Invite. Here. Does this not work? What happens if I click it? Has anyone here ever had a deep tissue massage? Vosh getting into yoga would be a pretty incredible sight. Actually, I did a lot of yoga back when I was in college. I'm actually really flexible. When I was in high school, I could suck my own cock. And in college, I could, without bending my knees, bend over at the waist and fold my hands underneath my feet. No way? Yeah, it turns out sucking your own dick is actually really uncomfortable and unfun. But I actually knew that through experience. The rest of you just have to take my word for it. I don't believe that. Do it right now. I said in college. I graduated a while ago. I have a long torso. It makes it a little bit easier. And a huge dick, of course, obviously. Do you have a rib cage? You've seen me stand? I have plenty of rib cage. Damn, why is this not working? Oh, he joined. Hello? Hello, hello? THO is connecting to audio and can't hear you yet. This is quite a process. Hello? Do, do, do. Hello? Hello, you don't hear me? No, I'm afraid I don't hear you. but you can hear me. If you click on the speaker icon in the bottom left, I can only hear you from your stream. Okay, interesting. Well, I know that I'm using the right audio settings because I can see the audio mixer moving. And I would assume then that your audio settings have you connected to the wrong microphone and speaker. So if you click on the little arrow next to the speaker in the bottom left, you can choose which speaker and microphone your Zoom is using. And you should be able to set them to the proper ones. React to this, Vosh. It's urgent. It's definitely not. Da 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 da. They're connecting to audio again. Interesting. Oh, nice, K Comrade Robin Hood. I saw Captain Nathaniel. You might need to restart the meeting, perhaps. I'm pretty sure it should be fine. Changing the settings doesn't affect it. All right, just a moment, THO. Da 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 da. The things we do for content. Here we go. We'll try this. Da 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 da. How do you find out what pillow works for you? The only thing I've ever done is like go to a Target and just like kind of squish the pillows and just see which one feels sort of right. Sleep on it. Yeah, that's kind of tough to do though, right? Like, what if you're kind of picky about it? Get a My Pillow one? I don't. Oh, right, I get it. Yeah. Wait. Connecting to audio. Sleep Country let me test out different pillows with an actual associate. Have you ever tried a memory foam pillow? I don't like how memory foam feels that much. Hello? Is there a way you could lower your armrest? It looks like you have to tense your shoulders to rest your arms on them. You're actually right, I do, and it does bother me, but I don't actually think it's possible to lower them. I mean, if I sit up, like, perfectly straight. Are you a firm or a soft guy? I'm a firm. I'm a firmer guy. Time to get a new chair? Yeah, probably. Falling apart anyway. I tested the settings in Zoom. It's recognizing you don't hear me. That is true. I don't hear you. Well, THO, it seems like God himself is intervening to keep us from talking to each other. Is your Zoom muted? No, my Zoom's not muted. Why would it be? I used it just the other day to talk to Marion. I'll do an audio test on my end. Can't you just do it on Discord? THO doesn't use Discord. Yeah, that sounds like audio. I'll do research while we wait. How to know what pillow to get. So, people were talking about a square pillow. Can somebody square pillow pill me? Why a square pillow? I've seen people talk about this. Why? Great for side sleeping. Shoulder is uneven from the neck. Which way do you like to sleep? I sleep on my side. Don't get a square pillow? Okay. What is the perfect pillow for you? Oh, now I'm going to try THO's meetup. Okay. Oh, we're doing a whole different thing that I don't know about. Okay. Hello?
Hello, do you hear me, Vash?
Oh my god, we made it happen. God almighty, I didn't think it was possible.
Holy shit.
Well, howdy.
Hello? Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Not bad. Is there any lag between us in this call?
Say Polo as soon as I say Marco, okay? Marco.
Polo.
Nope.
Polo.
We're totally set.
Okay.
Easy
All right,
peasy.
good. Thank you very much for trying this out and giving me this chance, even though I'm more brain dead than I thought I was.
You're totally fine, and you have nothing to apologize for. However, it's been so long since we first talked that you're going to have to remind me what we're talking about. What's up? What's on your mind? How you doing?
Yeah, not bad. What about yourself, though?
Well, I'm doing okay. Looking up optimal pillows to sleep with. You know, I think it's time. It's time I upgraded from my $15 Target pillow. You know, I'm using a $3 wired Logitech mouse right now. It's the only mouse I trust.
I mean, if it works for you.
Yeah, it's I don't know what else you really need from a mouse. Oh wait, now I got the cord
Maybe
tangled.
DPI,
Hold on.
I
Oh
guess.
god. Wait. Yeah. Okay. There we go. See, it had a wire, so it got caught on another wire. All right, we're good. Hello.
So I have just one question. I posted a link to your stream on my social. So is that what people can click on when they want to listen to our debate?
Yeah. Vosh.gg/live or the relevant YouTube live stream link.
Okay. I only know about the live stream on YouTube, so that's what I shared.
So how you doing?
Yeah, not bad. So what we were going to talk about is actually my critique on the Kurzgesagt YouTube channel. So I made this video on like December 22nd, I guess, and I think you reacted to it on like before Christmas. So it's been a long time, almost 2 months by now. So you probably forgot much of what you said then, but I didn't. I'm vengeful like that.
Oh, good. Okay, you can fill in then for both of us. Now, I remember a lot of what I said.
Okay.
A lot of the video came across as kind of conspiratorial to me. Now some of that was an aesthetic thing, right? Like the little like veneer around the video, the little like portrait framing the music. That's fine, you know. That's YouTube video stylization. There's nothing wrong with that. But I wanted to know more. A lot of the people in my community like your videos. I have only seen the one, so I can't make a fair evaluation of your content in general. But a lot of people in my community liked your videos. They thought that, you know, I maybe hadn't given the video a proper rap, and I was interested in hearing it from you. You know, some of the criticisms against Kurzgesagt.
Right. So do you actually have specific questions, or do you want me to go over what you said last time chronologically, or I guess you can choose.
Well, I remember everyone liked Kurzgesagt pretty much, like pretty much everyone. until Kurzgesagt started making videos that were a little bit more political and specifically a bit more optimistic. Because at first the videos were all like, you know, what is it like inside of a star? Big bomb, whatever. But then some of the videos were a bit more, you know, how do we address this geopolitical conflict? And some of those videos were sponsored by very wealthy donors. And people turned against Kurzgesagt on the left. I saw a lot of people suddenly talking about how they're whitewashing neoliberal propaganda. I didn't think these videos were perfect, but I thought they were okay, and I thought their process of disclosure was good as well. It seemed like they were pretty upfront with the fact that they were getting money to produce those videos, and you know, obviously, if they were getting money to do that, it would be because there was some kind of ideological alignment with them and the donor. Otherwise, the donor wouldn't pay. Like, Bill Gates wouldn't pay me to make a video on capitalism. It wouldn't be to his interest.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. It came across as maybe a bit selective with the anti-Kurzgesagt stuff, like maybe a bit more vindictive or conspiratorial.
No, so just a minor correction. If you're talking about the strictly political videos they've made, like for example on the immigration or I don't know what else is like just strictly political like that, I'm not aware that these videos have been funded by any of the billionaires that I covered in my critique. But the ones that were funded by the videos that were funded by these billionaires were videos like on vaccine side effects or neglected tropical diseases and stuff that does not necessarily come off as political. But if you listen carefully to what Kurzgesagt is saying, what kind of a message and takeaway they want their viewers to have from their videos, it's really promoting an agenda, which is a dirty word. So let's just say interest, because we can talk specifically about something like financial interest. So the problem with your reaction to my video is that you skipped quite a lot and you went back and forth, and then you just watched 11 seconds, then you lost interest and you moved on to something else. But if you listen to the important context, for example, with the anti-D video, you would see that Kurzgesagt is portraying a historical event that happened throughout the 2000s to 2010s. And they are trying to portray the pharmaceutical industry in a optimistic and positive light, which is not on itself a problem. The issue is that they are omitting a lot of historical context from the whole story. So in Kurzgesagt video on neglected tropical diseases, they're saying that governments couldn't solve these horrible diseases, so the big pharma stepped in to be the hero of humanity and save the days. And they're using this like superhero comic book symbolism. There is like this figure, you know, like a silhouette of a person with a cape. So that signifies like a heroic person. And they, you know, tell this story that just the pharma industry just stepped in on their own with like nothing, like no outside push, and they just decided to donate out of their own volition. That's the takeaway. But if you look at closely what was going on, the neglected tropical diseases are neglected mostly because the pharma industry did not find the solutions to these diseases profitable, which is why they were refusing to manufacture or donate their or fund projects that would actually address these diseases for decades. And they were criticized by big institutions such as the Doctors Without Borders or the World Health Organization itself. The initiative that the video is talking about is actually coming from the World Health Organization. It did not come from the pharma industry. They were kind of criticized and sort of forced into it. And the only way, or the only reason the pharma industry essentially, and by pharma industry, I actually mean like big pharma companies like, I think one is Novax or something like that, Merck. And so the reason they joined eventually is because pretty much like a significant portion, like the majority of the funding for all of these donations and programs in these different countries were coming from governments and charities, but mostly from governments like UK, Germany, the World Health Organization itself. So that was, for me, the first case study that I introduced in my critique to show people that, well, it's not the whole story. It's not just this positive story that we have big pharma companies donating medicine out of their own volition, out of their own will, and that's not how it went down. And then I pointed out segments that you also skip in your takedown of my critique that I just lost my train of thought. But what I was going to say is, that Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, both of them, Bill and Melinda Gates, they actually were boards in at least two companies that were participating in this. It's a London Declaration. It's in this NTD project, and they had major investments. I'm not talking about charitable donations. I'm talking about like for-profit investments in these companies. So to me, it sounded a lot like an advertisement, which is what I call it. It's a positive PR. It's PR is for public relations, and that's where I found an issue with how Kurzgesagt portrayed that particular story.
Yeah,
and I guess I can do that and let you comment. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I've actually seen that video of Kurzgesagt, so I can't meaningfully comment on what exactly is said in it. I do disagree with a lot of the work that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation have done in their vaccination stuff, because even though they've done like a lot of good at the face of things, they've also made a tremendous effort to maintain the private control over that, keeping it a philanthropic effort, which is, of course, preventing a lot of long-term systemic change. Is this in the side effects of vaccines, how high is the risk video?
No, that's the side effect of vaccine is a different one. The NTD, you have to, I think it's called like horrible diseases or something like that. The most gruesome parasites. That's how the video is called.
Gruesome
On
parasites.
Kurzgesagt. Yes, that's the one. It's from 2016. So it's one of their first videos that they started working on when they received or when they were awarded the grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to the tune of $570,000. They were awarded the grant in fall of 2015 over a period of 49 months.
Gotcha. And it makes sense that they would want to launder their reputation on that. I don't remember that video coming up in the segments of your video that I watched, but you have accurately pointed out that I do tend to skip around on videos when chat links them. So I haven't seen this video, so it's difficult for me to necessarily comment on its contents, though I'm trying to skim right now through the what do they call it? The transcript of the video, so I can listen to you while reading it. Though that might take me a hot second. I agree with that. As you've characterized it, I agree. I mean, it's worthwhile to point these things out. Do you think that Kurzgesagt is, like, uniquely irresponsible with disclosing their influences and their biases? Because I think by the standards of YouTubers, I feel like they're generally actually quite good at it. I mean, most YouTubers who make any kind of political content, after all, make money from it, and they often do so quite surreptitiously. Like, right-wing media spheres are full of, like, billionaire black money contracts that make it kind of impossible to know if anything's being said in good faith. Do you think they in any way rise to a higher standard than what you'd see on average?
I don't think they rise to a higher standard at all, because even like YouTube standards are inconsistent. It's pretty much up to the creator themselves to decide where or how they want to disclose sponsorship. Sometimes creators try to blend it in within the main content, to make it so that people do not skip over an ad. And that can be, interesting, and it could be creative, but it can also be considered to be disingenuous. And I'm not giving any value judgment here. I'm just, pointing out different ways that it can be viewed. So I did a poll on my channel, and I know that this is not representative of the whole population or anything like that. But my channel, it's mostly male, so that's the main limitation of my poll. But around 70% of the people chose the option to have the creators be required to disclose sponsorship before the video starts or during intro. So that would be like within like the first 2 minutes if your video is like 10 minutes. But before the video starts would be like when you click on the video, it says this video is sponsored by brilliant.org, let's say, and then you go onto the video. It's just like 2-second disclaimer. It's not the sponsor segment itself. Now with Kurzgesagt, what happens is that pretty much all of their disclaimers are towards the very end of their video, sometimes even after the outro. So outro would be something like, hey, thank you very much for watching, etc., and then silence, right? And maybe some ambient music or something like that. So for the last like maybe 15 seconds of that, you would get this pop up on the screen, and it would say this video was made in partnership with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Sometimes it would say it was sponsored. Now, sometimes that would be also disclaimed in the description, in the video description, but a lot of times it would not be disclosed in the description. And sometimes it would only be disclosed in the description, so not within the content of the video itself. I found several instances of this. Maybe I think there are 2 instances where they are just disclosing this in the description. I find this to be pretty disingenuous. I think the best and the ideal standard is to disclose the sponsorship upfront, all of them. And it's usually just one, but I think it should be upfront because that gives it straight away and unambiguous way for people to understand who is actually behind the video,
So,
financially speaking.
I get that. I consume a decent amount of YouTube content, and I've never really gotten the impression that Kurzgesagt is uniquely irresponsible with this stuff. Like in the video that we were talking about, I'd like to read a bit of the transcript since I finally finished skimming through it now. It said, here, humanity got an opportunity to show off what the industrialized production of medicine can achieve. The pharma industry stepped in to distribute the necessary drugs for free and promised to keep doing it till those 10 diseases were gone. By 2020, nearly 18 billion worth of drugs will have been distributed, the largest drug donation the world has ever seen. They also help to make sure the drugs actually get to where they're needed. By 2015 alone, in 2015 alone, these treatments reached over 850 million people, more than the population of the EU and the US combined. Bad things happening generates headlines, hundreds of millions of people overcoming extremely destructive diseases in an unprecedented act of cooperation doesn't. Stories like this are not told often enough. And then it says some stuff about how we should value positivity. And then about 15 seconds after that, it says the video was made possible in part from a grant due to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and your support on patreon.com. I know that in some of their more recent videos, they have the disclosures a bit more directly. Sometimes they're listed a little closer to the front. It's not to say there's no value in criticizing Kurzgesagt or pointing out that there is a lot of billionaire money rolling about, but the video really seemed to hit them very incisively with the idea that this is like this secretive, like behind the scenes billionaire funding, when I felt like they were adhering to the standards of disclosure on YouTube, like higher than most channels do. Oftentimes,
I don't know how you can say that. I'm sorry to just cut you off like that, but I don't know. I don't understand how you can say that when they consistently disclose their sponsorship towards the end. If they didn't disclose their sponsorship or their relationship toward the end, there would be no other space to disclose that. So they chose the very last moment in their videos and on their YouTube pages where they could disclose this information. In my opinion, and in opinion of a lot of people, and you could do this poll in your audience. Some people would say, well, it doesn't really matter. Like let's say libertarians would say it doesn't matter. Even if they don't disclose their sponsorship at all, we don't want to have any sort of requirements at all. But you're always going to have people like that. So it's interesting to see what people think. I personally think that it should be upfront. And if channels are not disclosing their sponsorship upfront, I think it's a bad practice. I never said that Kurzgesagt is uniquely irresponsible here. I'm just pointing out one of the irresponsibilities that Kurzgesagt is engaging in. And this is in context to the broader picture of what Kurzgesagt is doing in terms of their, let's say, propagandizing in their videos.
Well, that's my thing. Even if I might agree that it's better to have it up front, I can understand why they do it up front. I don't think it's to hide the information, because they could certainly hide it a lot better than they do now if they really wanted to. I think it's just because that's boring. Their videos are very well produced, and they're pretty catchy, and they grab you, and they try to hold you for as long as they can. It makes sense that they would keep sort of like disclosure info after the majority of the viewers have already seen most of the content. So I don't think it's being done for conspiratorial reasons. I don't think they're like ashamed of where their money is coming from, because they could be
Right.
hiding it like
Right.
quite a bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they are not ashamed of whom they are receiving their money from. I've never said that. I'm not making any conspiratorial claims here. And I'm not saying this is any sort of secret or anything like that. I'm just pointing out that it's not the best practice, and they could have been doing better. And in my opinion, and this is what I also say in my video, that this is what they should be doing better. And I want to point out there's not a single conspiratorial claim in my video. I'm just, this is part of the broader critique. And this is just one isolated point that's part of the whole critique.
No, I understand that, but the video wasn't just like a best practices list. I mean, it is framed like a conspiracy unveiling, right? Where it talks about like, did you know that like, they hide this info at the back, but in reality, like so much of it is coming from this and that. Like the framing of your video was not just, I would like to see best practices for sponsorship disclosure in YouTube forthcoming. It's specifically about Kurzgesagt and the information that they put forward. And the way you framed it in here was absolutely a suggestion that it was like disingenuous, that they were doing this because they were trying to hide this info. Because the title of the video is How Kurzgesagt Cooks Propaganda for Billionaires, right? But cooks, I mean, when I hear that, it reminds me of like laundering money, right? It's like, they're not just saying positions they hold. They're like disingenuously fronting, like in bad faith, It's like, yeah, they're cooking the books.
I'm not suggesting bad intent there. Kurzgesagt could be very well believing in everything they are saying, and I actually think that that's what they're believing in. But I don't think that just because you believe in propaganda, it doesn't make it propaganda suddenly. One way to debunk that would be, you would have somebody could say that the difference between a propaganda and education is that if you advocate for something that you believe in, that's education, and if you advocate for something that you not believe in, that's propaganda. Well, there was a Nazi propaganda, and I'm pretty sure that the people that spread Nazi propaganda believed in it, right? So that does not make it not propaganda somehow. It's still propaganda. Well, and that's the same thing here. I mean, I'm not comparing Kurzgesagt to Nazis. Okay, so please, everyone, calm down. They're not Nazis. I'm just pointing out that this is an issue that people, when they hear the word propaganda, they try to ascribe intent to the author, but we don't know the exact intent. For what I've been able to read from Kurzgesagt, it's usually the reverse. So Kurzgesagt is receiving that much money because they already have these beliefs, and they're perfectly comfortable with sharing those beliefs while getting paid for it.
So what makes it propaganda then? Because it seems like then by that standard, if it's propaganda to say something that is both true and sincerely believed, you and I would also be propagandizers to the same extent, no?
For sure.
Oh, sorry, one second. Sorry, 1 second. My cat's doing something. Daniel.
Okay.
Daniel, you are a ground cat. You are on the ground. Oh my! That was 6 inches. I dropped Daniel. He did a combat roll. Daniel. Daniel. Thank you. No. He just got stuck. Sorry, he got stuck. He climbed up but couldn't go down. Okay, sorry. New kitten. Okay, sorry. But like, by what standard then is all of this propaganda?
Okay.
Or like, if that's the case, then what is the central criticism?
Okay, well, these are two different questions. So I would like to maybe answer the first one. So what is propaganda is a separate question, and the central criticism of my video is also a separate question. So do you have a preference?
No. Well, I want to know what propaganda is, or what it means in the title.
Okay, well, so propaganda is an extremely contested concept. In social sciences, contested concepts are basically ideas or concepts, terms that do not have one uniform definition that would have scientific consensus behind it. And this is something that differentiates social sciences from natural sciences, because social sciences are not exact. Therefore, nothing that can be said about anything in social science, that is sociology, political science, economics, is universally true. There are no laws here. So when I say something is propaganda, it's based on a theoretical framework or a theoretical set of definitions that some other framework can disagree with, but that does not mean that one is more true over the other.
Do you think Kurzgesagt produces propaganda in the same way that you and I produce propaganda?
I have not done research into you, so I don't know about you, but for myself, I can say no, because I'm not receiving funds from any sponsors at all, but specifically from sponsors that would like me to propagate any sort of information.
So being paid to do it is like what draws the line for propaganda for you?
No. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, okay. I hear you. Right. So no, being paid to do it is not the line. But you asked me for a difference between, let's say, my propaganda and Kurzgesagt.
Okay, it's just I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying, but I remember the framing of the video being so direct and incisive about not disclosing stuff, about hiding information, about like disingenuously fronting the positions of their sponsors, and the title, How Kurzgesagt Cooks Propaganda for Billionaires. If that means, like, literally with no like loss in meaning, Kurzgesagt says things they believe and billionaires who agree with them pay them for it. I mean, I feel like to that extent, we'd be describing a kind of propaganda and a kind of cooking that would be essentially ubiquitous to all published information, right? I mean, when we produce studies or meta-analyses, we're doing functionally the same thing. There's an implicit bias there with where they get the money for, and what they use it for, and what incentives there were to produce that information, research and analyses and Federal Bureau investigations. It seems like almost everything would meet that definition. And that's the issue I had with Kurzgesagt, right? It's not that I agree with everything they say. I don't like a lot of their like bullshit neoliberal things are going up, and we can tell by the line kind of bullshit. I don't like that. But I don't think they're disingenuous. I don't think they're cooking anything.
Again, it does not have to be disingenuous, whatever that word means. You would have to define that. We are talking about intent here. But again, in the academic discussion, intent is not necessarily the focus. Sometimes it is, for some scholars it is, but for others it is not. Then the issue here is that, Kurzgesagt can be doing propaganda based on the fact that they are trying to disseminate information with the intent to influence the opinions or behavior or emotions of others. But here is the thing: like you suggested that what Kurzgesagt is doing is no different from when scholars are doing meta-analysis or research. This is actually not correct, and we have to make this distinction very clear, because in science, this is the only field where we have this. We have the process of peer review, and this is a layer of sort of security that can filter really bad and propagandizing research from the correct and exact research. It is not perfect. You will still have bad research slipping through and getting published. That happens all the time, but at least it is a peer review process, and that peer review is supposed to be independent. So what that means is that in the article, you have the disclosure of the institution that the scientists belong to. You also have any sort of financial conflicts of interest. So if that research was funded, I don't have a problem with researchers, scientists receiving funding from pretty much anyone, although I do appreciate public funding or government funding the most. However, in media, and that goes for Kurzgesagt, it goes for the news outlets, TV, and even like Marvel movies and theater and art, you don't have that process. If you want to publish anything as a media company, it goes. And Kurzgesagt is not doing science. They're also not doing science education. What they're doing is science outreach. That's by their own words. And this means that science outreach, it's like science PR, science entertainment, something like that. You could learn something from their videos, but they are not an educational outlet. And
Are they
that
not?
sort of eliminates them. Not necessarily. They could be used for educational purposes if they do some sort of interesting graphing. You could use that for educating kids or something. But it is not on its own and a science education. It does not replace it. It I don't think it even complements it. And Philip Detmer himself, the CEO of Kurzgesagt, admitted publicly on the Reddit that Kurzgesagt is not doing science education. And also in 2019, they had some sort of a TED talk, but it probably wasn't TED. And they said that what they are doing is science outreach. So
say
I-
that's true. It seems like kind of a semantic definition, right? I mean, they're producing education, the content that educates for entertainment. But it seems like, I mean, leaving aside the fact that peer review does not stop like the incredible amount of bias in like scientific papers published or anything, it seems like they're not doing anything that deviates from the standard of any kind of information dissemination that is funded in some fashion, right? Um, what I'm stressing here is like the amount of weight that was placed on the perceived untrustworthiness of Kurzgesagt in this video. Because what you're saying to me right now is like, I think they should do best practices for disclosure, and like I don't think that they can provide a full scientific or social education, which I agree with. But the video is like this big expose on how like they are getting funding from all these sources, and they're getting more funding from those sources than they are from the Patreon. And you claimed that the sources have direct input on the script, even though Kurzgesagt has denied it. And it's the way it's structured in your video seems to like denounce as a source of information Kurzgesagt. But what I'm hearing right now are criticisms that feel they could be ubiquitously leveled at almost any channel that receives a sponsorship.
To an extent, I would agree with this assessment because sponsorship does have influence on the content, and it could be as mundane as, for example, you would have some sort of a gardener making gardener videos, and one day they receive sponsorship from a gardening tool company, and they make a video and they say, "Well, I recommend these tools for gardening, and they're from this gardening company," and then you go, well, that's kind of a conflict of interest because now you're not, objectively and without at least that financial bias recommending me these tools. It's because you're benefiting from it financially. It is a conflict of interest. It's a statement of fact. This is, people could try to deny this. You could say that this is not a big deal because in your response to my video, you say that this is how it works. But that does not make it okay. That does not make it not a problem anymore. This is a significant and a growing problem in all kinds of media. That sponsored content and advertisements. This has been criticized by scholars from across the political spectrum, and it does create a scenario, or rather an environment, where positive views on certain products or interests or behaviors are being supported, are being funded, while their critique is not. And it is a huge problem. I can give you a specific example that is not related to this, but it is related to where I'm coming from, which is from privacy and security. So throughout many, many years, you would have VPN companies, these are virtual private network companies, sponsoring videos on YouTube and in all social media platforms, telling people that with a VPN you get a military-grade encryption, it will hide your location, it will make you immune to hackers. None of these are true. These are factoids, or just straight out, like, I'm not going to say lie because lie is implying intent, but it's misinformation at least. And a VPN is not doing anything to actually elevate your privacy. It's only mildly obfuscating your IP address, which is just one data point out of thousands or dozens of thousands companies can collect from you. So just relying on the fact that you use a VPN or pay for a VPN is just gross. And now we, privacy educators or researchers, we have to now go and tell these people, well, no, do not trust this false information that is being spit out there by pretty much everyone. This is doing damage because people have a false sense of security, which is even worse than not having security at all, because you think you're being secure and then you do things that expose you to your adversaries. So this is very similar to what is going on here. Kurzgesagt is making a lot of videos on topics that are in the interest of their sponsors. And that is a clear and a direct conflict of interest. And I show a pipeline that extends beyond this direct relationship, because usually you have just a creator. Like, for example, I think Mark Rober once made a video that was sponsored by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
But
and they,
I just want to jump in really quickly. The conflict of interest that you're describing is going to be the case for literally any sponsorship, especially if you're talking larger sponsorships. So if that's the case, like, this is just a problem with capitalism, right? Because money buys influence. But this is about
sponsorship.
Right. And the idea of sponsorship and the idea of, like, a lot of stuff pertaining to how media works is that the more money you have, the more you can influence public opinion. And I agree with that. But, usually we talk about these conflicts of interest specifically when they beget some kind of negative consequence. So I guess my question would be, like, do you think Kurzgesagt is saying anything wrong as a product of okay, well then I want to talk about that, because if it's leading them, I also looked at some of the comments under your video too, and because I'm kind of going for, like, I'm criticizing, I guess, the specific tone with which Kurzgesagt was attacked here. A lot of these comments are like, here, my generation laughs at our grandparents for believing everything they see and hear on TV. I guess it's time to laugh at us for believing the internet. I'll never be complacent. We were duped. I'm disappointed in myself. When big money buys big influence, science is always the casualty. I don't agree with these I don't disagree with these in a vacuum, but the comments would definitely indicate that the content of the video is more than, I want Kurzgesagt to engage in best practices and disclose sponsors that they already do disclose, but at the beginning rather than the end of the video. So what's the casualty then?
Okay, so when you're looking at these comments underneath my video, you also have to put it into perspective against against the Kurzgesagt community and their comments, because they're almost uniformly viewed as an authoritative source on YouTube, and they are regarded extremely well, to the point of mimicking cult-like following. And I'm not gonna throw any more accusations against them, but I found these problems there too. So what we have here is probably a product of filter bubbles rather than the exact reception from the respective videos, because all videos on YouTube have 98% like to dislike ratio. So when you go to Kurzgesagt videos, you're going to see people praising them and giving them all that, positive feedback. And if you go to my videos, you're going to see the same thing. So I'm not sure if that's the most relevant comparison or takeaway. But I understand what you're trying to say here. So if you want, we can talk about the damage, but there is a lot that can be discussed here. So one of the critical points in my video is I found that Kurzgesagt is suggesting in a lot of their videos on climate change and related issues such as GMOs and nuclear energy and related stuff, solutions that are directly, and I mean financially, benefiting the investments of their sponsors. And I find this to be pretty. Hello?
No, okay, but, like, what are those solutions? Because if they're good solutions,
right. Okay. Well,
then...
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead with this. So one of the solutions is, for example, a barrage of solutions such as a new generation of nuclear power plants, an emphasis on new generation, low carbon cement and steel, and alternative meat, like fake meat, not meat actually from lab or animals, but like, mycoprotein meat, for example, and carbon capture. And they really emphasize this message that the future innovations and investments in these innovations will help solve the climate change. But the current models, that's actually from one of the sources in Kurzgesagt videos, is actually from IPCC, which is Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change. And they say that with these models that Kurzgesagt is suggesting, we are actually going to way overshoot the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal, which is the fundamental goal that the IPCC says that we need to reach. Kurzgesagt is aiming to 2 to 2.5. and this is like catastrophically different changes. And so
But we're not going to hit the
let's talk
1.5. That can't happen anymore. We lost that.
that could have happened. That could be possible if we were really radical in how we wanted to approach that.
No,
But,
at this
carbon
point,
capture,
1.5 is definitely off the table. There's no way. One like if 1.5 from this point would be like that would be like like all humans die of a virus and like all production stops or something.
you would. It is very unlikely that it will happen. It is extremely unlikely, but it would be possible. The further back you go, the more possible it becomes. If we were to really implement radical changes into changing of the infrastructure and implementation of solar and wind energy, and other solutions around that as well. But like most of this, right? But the thing is that with carbon capture, carbon capture is actually a category of capturing technology. So what they're referring to is actually direct air capture and storage. So these are huge facilities that are basically like air pumps, and they're pumping carbon dioxide from the atmosphere while consuming a lot of energy. And they're hoping to store this carbon dioxide under the earth, or using it for drilling, oil drilling. That's what carbon capture is being used for currently. So there's actually there is no scientific study that proves the viability of carbon capture. So what Kurzgesagt is drawing from is actually commercial sources that were actually funded by Bill Gates.
Well,
these are the videos that.
The only bit we're working on right now, from the transcript of the video we're talking about, is him saying, enormous amounts of human ingenuity are being brought to bear on this problem, with more and more people deciding to prioritize preventing rapid climate change. Solution for low-carbon production of cement, electronics, and steel, innovations like artificial meat and carbon capture are in the works. The more of these technologies we deploy, the cheaper new and better technology gets. And that's about it. Later, they talk a bit more. Yeah, no, they talk a bit more about the viability of carbon capture as a technology. I don't necessarily disagree with this. So to be specific, they say in 2000 it didn't really exist. In 2022, that tech does exist and costs around $600 to remove 1 ton of CO2 from the atmosphere.
Right. So let's talk about that. We can talk about that number. There's a problem with the number.
Okay.
So that number, that $600, that's coming from a particular facility called Orca facility, like the whale, Orca whale, and it's in Iceland, I think. And that $600 number was only possible because supposedly, that was secret, sort of secret at the time. But Bill Gates negotiated a deal with the Orca facility to get a discount on when he purchased that carbon capture offset. This is the real commercial price is $1,200. It's bound to go lower in the future, but it will take a decade or more before it gets to 200 territory. And forests are like $25 to $50 per ton.
Do you think this is really like a problem, though? We've known about planting forests as a potential solution for a long time, but it's a video on our ability to fix climate change, and in it they list some developing technologies that they're putting a lot of faith in human innovation, to be sure. I don't doubt that, or I don't deny that. But it seemed like I don't necessarily think what we're looking at here is like a scheme to promote billionaire funded like climate change technologies. First of all, like billionaires will have a hand in any climate change tech that is developed, of course, because of the way our economy functions. So necessarily, anytime you promote the technology we'd use to address climate change, like you would be like doing PR work for them to an extent, or at least advertisement work. And furthermore, like it makes sense that if they have an investment in that technology, that they would fund any channels that would want to talk about that kind of thing. But I don't really think we're looking at like a compromise or a failure on info. I Googled the cost to capture 1 ton of carbon, and it says Such technology is expensive, about 600 per ton of CO2 by one recent estimate, with some other studies saying that it might get even cheaper in the future. WRI.org says that it varies between $250 and $600 today. That might be a bit optimistic. Market Watch says between 250 and 600. I guess it kind of like varies study to study. I don't know. Like it doesn't seem that bad.
Right. So I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. The reason the fact that it makes sense for them to do it does not make it not problematic or not worth the criticism. The issue here is that you're trying to dispute things that are not disputable. Like it's a matter of fact that Kurzgesagt pulled information from a Gates-funded magazine who pulled the information from a Gates-funded facility, and that video is sponsored by Bill Gates as well. So I'm just pointing out that if they should have gone out of their way to make sure there is a degree of separation between their sources, between their sponsors, between the information that they're pulling from, because now this is literally just an advertisement for whatever is Bill Gates investing in. The problem here is that there is no scientific consensus that direct air capture is viable or will be viable. There is no proof that's the case. Now it could be in the future, but it could also not. It could be too late. It could be too little, too late. It could be that the problem with carbon capture right now today is that these companies that are pushing all of these amazing numbers that are not even that amazing, but they are trying to make them look better than they really are, is that they're skewing them. They're not telling the whole story. Like part of the story of carbon capture, direct air capture, is that they're consuming a lot of energy, and that energy has to come from somewhere. For a lot of companies, that energy is coming from fossil fuels. For others, it's coming from renewables. But that energy that's being used for carbon capture could have been used for something else that could be more successful at reducing those emissions.
But all the video says is, as investment pours in and the technology matures and begins to scale, it's likely these costs will plummet over the next few decades. Which
that's not the only thing they say. In another video, which is also about climate change. By the way, one of these, there's 4 videos on climate change. One of them is not sponsored by Bill Gates, and it might be this one. But another one that is sponsored by Bill Gates, I don't know. It's either can you fix climate change or
what can you do
like
to fix climate change? Something like that.
Something like that, yeah. There's 4 of them. So if you go to their YouTube page and you type into the search climate change, you will get a like just a filtered version of their climate change videos. So yeah, there, yeah. So so in one of their videos, what they are saying is that they're asking a rhetorical question. Is there a technology that could allow us to continue our standards of living, meaning consuming meat and buying gasoline cars, without having to destroying the planet and having to cut on our standards of living? And then they continue and say, in principle, this technology already exists, and they go on to explain direct air capture works to pull carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, and then they say it would cost $10 trillion a year. Now that number is pretty dubious. I calculated with the Orca facility, we would need somewhere more than 8 million of these facilities. It would be around 20 trillion. But even if it's 10 trillion, that's a lot of money. And they're saying that money could have been available today, but it's not, because governments don't want to do that, because the money is going to other things and lobbying and campaigning and whatever.
Well, from what I see in the transcript, it seems like in this video he's saying basically right now carbon capture is ineffective because with the tech we have right now, it would cost trillions and trillions of dollars yearly.
Okay, I'm gonna look for that video.
And then it says, meanwhile, very costly solutions for a far-off problem like carbon capture seem like they can wait, as technically no one benefits from it right now. So it's basically just saying like it might be effective in the future, but it needs investment, which is kind of what's being said in the first video we were talking about, that carbon capture isn't currently effective, but with human ingenuity and time and money, it's likely the cost of extracting carbon from the atmosphere will go down a lot.
Okay, so the video is "Can you fix climate change?" That's the video that it's called, and the timestamp is 7/19.
Yes.
And it says, in principle, this technology already exists. It would cost $10 trillion. And then it goes to explain why the investment is not happening. And it does say that it would not benefit anyone. That's one of the biggest problems with carbon capture, is it does not have a business model really, and it would have to be heavily subsidized by the governments, which means that the governments would have to tax people in order to pour investments into these technologies. And at some point, it's going to have to happen.
But that's what he's saying in the other
it-
video too. In the new one, he's saying that with some human ingenuity and advancement, in 2000 it didn't really exist. In 2022 it does exist and costs such and such. As the investment pours in and the technology matures and begins to scale, it's likely the cost will plummet. That seems consistent between both
Right.
videos, that it's not currently effective, but it's getting better, and that with enough time it might get like viably good.
Right, but this is only coming from these these companies. This is not coming from the scientific consensus. The consensus is not saying this. The academia is actually warning against, which is in my videos there are references to what the academia says, and the academia is actually warning against relying on a negative emission technologies and solutions because they are a gamble. It's not proven that it would work to prevent the catastrophic climate change. What it would work is that it would eventually become hugely profitable. It would be a multi-trillion-dollar industry at some point, but at that point it could be very much late for a lot of people. That's the problem. Kurzgesagt is pulling all of this information from sources that are incentivized to say all of these things because they're going to make money from it.
The statements that he's making are accurate. The idea that carbon capture technology will get more efficient with time, that's the case for basically every Well, that's the case for basically all technology to have ever existed, is that if you put enough time and investment into it, it gets cheaper. Not to mention, not all carbon
That's not
capture.
true.
Well, wait. Not to mention, like, not all carbon capture is direct air capture either. Like, having viable carbon capture, for example, like at top of smokestacks in factories, so that rather than pulling it just randomly from the air, you're getting it like to have a zero emission factory or something, or like a zero emission coal plant, or something like that. That would be like a more immediately viable implementation of that technology with probably not that much more investment than we have now. At least cleaning it or scrubbing it somewhat. It's like, I feel like the only statement he's making here is that like good things can be done if we're willing to put in the time and energy and ingenuity, and I don't disagree with that.
There is no evidence for this. There is no evidence. There is no research. There is no evidence. The only people who are saying this are the tech companies, and we've been hearing tech companies saying a lot of beautiful things about many future technologies, and they have failed. The thing that you said about like everything becomes more efficient if you pour money into it. No, it does not become more efficient. It does not become cheaper. Some things do, some things don't. For example, highways, they do not become cheaper. They do not become more efficient. The more you build them, the more you have them. The other example is blockchain technology.
But they have. Building highways is cheaper now than it used to be. We have more efficient processes for laying out asphalt and concrete. We've like massively, but like I don't like highways as like as infrastructure, but the process of building them has gotten cheaper.
Right, but we are not talking about the process. The process is not in isolation. The process is only relevant in terms of application. And in application, highways are failing because they are not making the traffic, which is the goal, more efficient. They're making it more clogged up. They're making maintenance more expensive. You can build the roads, but then you have to maintain them. Then they're incentivizing people to use cars more rather than less. So you have all of these issues that are external to the process itself, but they're part of the equation. This is the same thing with carbon capture. One of the things that I haven't talked about, and I don't even talk about carbon capture in my video because I actually deleted the whole segment on carbon capture because I thought it was a tangent. But I wanted to do a follow-up on it, but I eventually, elected against it, at least for now. But the thing is, with carbon capture, you don't necessarily have the storage facility where you have the capture facility, which means that capture facilities will have to transport carbon dioxide into storage facilities. And that sounds obvious, but the problem is you're going to have pipelines for this. And in one American city, I don't remember which one. I can look it up. There was an explosion of a carbon capture pipeline, and it released carbon capture into the atmosphere, causing problems. These ruptures can happen even more frequently and more catastrophically than in regular, oil and gas pipelines.
So I agree,
because the pressure is immensely
I agree.
high.
These are.
So there,
I
I
fully agree.
don't think you agree. I don't think you agree because what I'm saying
I fully
is that
agree that these are issues, but I don't disagree with the idea that with time, money, and ingenuity, it could potentially be a good thing. So, for example, here, like, isn't the fact that there's private investment in these ideas at all indication that there is some good faith interest in the idea of making these profitable ventures? Like, corporations don't get involved in like a technology unless they think they're going to be able to make money off of it. And the only way they'd ever be able to make money off of carbon capture in any meaningful sense is if it could be demonstrated to be effective. We're talking about like a risk case here. Like, say at worst case scenario, some billionaires spend a few $1 billion more every year, and it turns out to be a dead-end technology. I don't necessarily think that means it was like morally wrong for Kurzgesagt to say, amidst other technologies, yeah, this could end up being something that'll help us in the future. I don't think it's like a slam dunk or anything, but I'm Googling around with some like scholarly papers, EDU and org sites, and it seems like there's just a lot of discourse on whether carbon capture can ever be effective and in what way it can be effective and so on. I mean, I don't think it hurts for them to try and invest. And I certainly don't think it's dishonest of Kurzgesagt to say that that is a technology that will mature if we keep investing in it. I mean, that is almost certainly true. It's matured over the past 20 years.
Right. The technology will get mature, but probably it's not certain. But let's say it will. It does not mean that it will be mature enough or sufficient enough to solve the problem as they say it will, because we would have to be drawing this. The more we wait with current emission limitation solutions, the more we will have to pump carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. So the IPCC calculates between 100 and 1,000 gigatons over the before the end of the century. So that means that we would have to be like currently we are emitting about 33 gigatons of CO2 into the atmosphere every single year. So we would have to be pumping possibly 60 to 100 gigatons of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere from the moment this technology becomes commercially viable. That would require such a significant amount of infrastructure investment that is so much higher than the current predictions are, that we would have to transform, like we would have to build 70,000 miles of pipelines in the United States alone just to offset some 15% of our emissions, of the United States emissions, or something to that effect. So that would, if you wanted to actually offset the whole emissions with direct air capture, you would have to build like 2 million miles of pipelines.
But I don't think it's meant to fix the entire problem itself. I just think that it was listed at the end of the video alongside other potential technologies.
No, like this is the ratio. The more we wait now with the current implementations, the more we pump money or divert attention from currently viable and available solutions to the solutions that are not going to be available until decades from now, the more we will have to draw from the atmosphere. That's according to the IPCC calculations, or they have these different hypothetical scenarios. But to the point that you said that when billionaires invest money into something, that's because they want to profit from their investments. That's not true. That's not true at all. Billionaires or corporations invest into technologies for various reasons. Sometimes they want to integrate the technology and make profit from it, but other times they just want to shut down that technology. Other times they want to do what's it called? It's called talent acquisition. So that's when they buy a company that's interesting, that's a startup, it's successful, so they buy it up, and then they transfer their engineering team into their own, whatever department, and that original company is no longer working on the project. Companies are investing into patents that they will never use. Companies are investing into their own competition so that they can consume that competition later or even throughout the process. Companies invest into things in order to shut them down or eliminate them all the time. So it's not just because they want to make money off of that particular technology, it's that they want to monopolize their position. That's what essentially the publicly traded corporations are designed to do. And some people think that's perfectly fine. Others would criticize that it's putting profit or shareholder value above all others. The point is that
what if it turns out to be the case that after some middling failures and successes, a decade from now, some new method is developed that ends up being significantly more effective than before? I'm not a scientist. I assume you're not either. We're kind of deferring here to the imagined human ingenuity. I don't think Kurzgesagt didn't really evangelize carbon capture. I think he just said that the technology has progressed and God willing, it'll continue to. I think it's reasonable to assume that 10 years from now, it'll be better than it is now, because that's the case for basically everything technological. Maybe some new thing kicks over. Keep in mind, solar energy was really inefficient and expensive up until recently. The price of energy from solar panels has dropped massively in the past decade, but 40 years ago, 50 years ago, people were still saying we should start making moves on solar energy. Back then, a kilowatt of energy would have been many times more expensive from a solar panel than it would have been from a coal plant. But even if a technology is initially unviable, I think it's good to at least, put a foot in. I'm not saying that we pause investment in renewables at all. I'm just saying that even if we went full tilt with the renewables, it's not like energy plants are the only thing that produce carbon dioxide. All combustion does, which means that we're still going to be looking for ways to reduce the carbon emissions of factories all around the world, hundreds, thousands, millions of them. And if it turns out hey, we found a cool way to efficiently capture and make inert or dissipate or use or transport somehow the carbon, that would be pretty cool. And that could be an effective component to a broader plan to address climate change.
Right. So now we are really losing the course here, because we are going into these hypotheticals. I'm not gonna go there, because it could be, it could not be. We don't know. Scientists don't know either yet, because the consensus, as I said, is not there. I've done some literature review on this. The IPCC itself, which is in the Kurzgesagt sources, also does not recommend to rely on negative emission technologies, which is not just the direct air capture, but when they are making these hypothetical scenarios with the negative technologies included, they are placing the direct air capture at the bottom of it.
But we're not looking to rely on it. Just that's one of the things that might, that might long term.
It might be, but the problem I have is how Kurzgesagt is presenting it, and they are presenting these solutions purely from the investments of for-profit businesses that they have in these technologies. And they are not presenting it as a scientific consensus, because it's not there. It's extremely debatable. It's a hot topic. And this is what they should have said, is that there are efforts into carbon capture technology. However, that technology is not yet proven, and we will have to see more research, not investments, not in human ingenuity, whatever that word is, not that. But
research takes investment. Research
does not take investment. Research takes funding. That's different.
No, wait. No. In order to know whether carbon capture technology can develop in a good direction, you would need money to build more. You would need research teams and engineers. That would take investment. That's not going to be done by a university on state grant. They might look at meta-analyses of existing efficiency, or they might review existing tech, but they're not down there in Stanford building out a new line of carbon capture units. You that requires investment, and it's a video on optimism. So I mean, he says hey, in the future it might be good if we put some investment and ingenuity towards it, and we need those things. But we're not taking away from other stuff. I feel like you're insisting on a level of commitment to this that isn't really demonstrated by the text of the video.
I think it is clearly demonstrated by the pipeline of interests that are presented throughout Kurzgesagt research and their own video on, or multiple videos
That's
on
exactly
this.
what I mean. You're assuming that because of the funding. But I don't think that's fair. I think a reasonable person...
I'm not assuming. No, this is not correct. I'm not assuming this because of the funding. I'm assuming I am assuming this because of the funding of Kurzgesagt video, sponsorship, but also of the funding of their sources, and also how Kurzgesagt pulls from the very sources that are being funded from their sponsors. What I'm suggesting here is that there should have been a degree of separation. And I know what you're trying to show here, trying to show that some technologies go down. For renewables, that's true. Not all of them. For solar and wind, that's mostly true. Not all of them are so fantastic, though. And
we have to fund it to find out. We can't know unless we...
The thing is that we currently have... No. This is the gamble that scholars are advising against. We don't have time to see if a solution will work decades from now or not. They're saying that we already have solutions that work, that are viable, such as the solar and wind. We have structural implementation for structural changes, such as the dirty word degrowth. But we don't have to go into that either.
Well, I'm not a degrowther.
Kurzgesagt dismisses those.
Yeah, I would dismiss degrowth as well.
I don't care. Well, I don't care what you would dismiss or what anyone would dismiss, but I'm not invested in either. But I'm saying that there's a broad literature that is absent from Kurzgesagt research because they are highlighting issues that coincide with the interests of their sponsors.
Okay,
that's what my video is saying.
There's
more than enough proof of that.
The sponsors would only sponsor them if their interests were aligned. Like you're putting...
Exactly, that's fine.
You're putting the cart before the horse.
But this is no. This is a common fallacy. Like, just because this is how it works, this was a lot of your critique was this is how it works, right? Okay, so this is how it works is how Bill Gates managed to convince a university to not release a patent for a publicly researched vaccine. That was the University of Oxford.
I don't know what that
Bill
has
Gates,
to do with this.
Everything, because Bill Gates is implementing the same solution, the same principle that he took over from Microsoft throughout his philanthropy. He's believing in a kind of philanthropy that is pushing for-profit businesses and is looking for profitable solutions.
Of course, he's an investor. So the only thing the video says is carbon capture might be viable in the future if time and money is put into it, which is an objectively...
That's not the only...
No, that is what the video said.
That's not the only thing that the video says.
That is what it said on carbon capture. The other stuff that it said that wasn't on carbon capture was on artificial meat, electronics and steel, and low carbon production of cement. Low carbon production of cement, electronics, and steel. If he is
okay
repping things. Yes.
Hello. 1 second.
Hello. Uh-oh.
Hello. Yes, I hear you. I hear you.
Okay, I hear you as well. And he says that carbon capture is in the works. Like, even in the video, the term he uses is in the works. Like, it is being worked on. Keep in mind that, like, back in the 1980s, if people back then cared about climate change and they were talking about what solutions there could be to carbon emissions, they would probably dissuade people from caring that much about wind or solar. They'd be like, go nuclear. Fixate on nuclear, like, forget that. We don't have time for that. But in the long run, it turns out that solar is actually a lot cheaper than nuclear and a lot better in a lot of other ways too. I just don't see what the harm is in just saying with time and money, this might turn out to be better. It's not like this is taking away from any other kind of solution. We should try all of them. We should invest broadly.
Right. So in the video that's called "Can You Fix Climate Change?", there is a segment that starts from 6:43 and it ends about 7:50. And from 7:00 it says, and I quote verbatim, "Do we need to give up on our way of life, and can the poor never achieve it? Can't some technologies save us so we can continue to drive our big cars and eat meat every day?" At 7:19, they say, "In principle, this technology already exists. direct air capture of CO2 draws carbon dioxide from the air so that it can be stored underground or transformed into products. But it would cost $10 trillion per year. And then they accompany this with a sort of animation that says that pictures a bird that is pushing away a pile of money that they supposedly have to fund this direct air capture project. So what this implies here is that Kurzgesagt is saying that direct air capture will allow us to drive our big cars and eat meat every day so that we would have the poor achieve our standards of living, that is the West, the global Northwest, and they could have our way of life, and this technology would save us. This direct air capture technology would save us. The direct air capture is already here. It just costs $10 trillion that companies do not want to, that governments do not want to give, because there is significant oil lobbying that's preventing that from happening, and also political lobbying that's supporting some other subsidies and government projects, right? So what they are saying is that we already have the technology that will allow us to continue our standards of living. This is exactly opposite of what the IPCC is suggesting.
Do you really think that him saying, yeah, we could do all of this status quo stuff, it would just cost us 10 trillion a year alone in carbon capture, do you think that's really an endorsement of carbon capture as it exists right now? He literally describes it later as a very costly solution for a far-off problem, and one that technically no one benefits from right now. I think he's clearly indicating, like, I feel like you're misreading the video, because the video seems to me like it's saying, yeah, sure, you can keep your big cars and your meat and everything, just, hey, don't mind forking out 10 trillion a year in order to scrub all that carbon out of the atmosphere. Now, he could have gone on and said we couldn't even store all that carbon, but I think the point of this bit right here was like, yeah, no, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think you're misreading what is actually being meant here. So when they say that it seems like it's a it's a solution, it's a costly solution to a far off problem, that's them portraying a perspective that people that are against this technology have. This is not what they are saying. That's kind of what the lobby against implementation of these radical solutions is saying. And you know, do you
disagree?
Like,
the
that's
government
like from their perspective.
subsidizes coal and oil?
No.
Well,
I never said that. I never suggested that.
I don't think this video is meant to suggest unironically that carbon capture technology could be the solution right now if only our governments would spend all the money in the world on it.
I mean, if we go premise by premise, that's what the video is exactly saying.
I don't think it is. I mean, again, it literally directly says after that, very costly. I mean, I think your reading of this is like really
no, read it out. Read the very costly thing. Read it out.
Meanwhile, very costly solutions for a far-off problem like carbon capture seem like they can wait, as technically no one benefits from it right now. Some argue that a move away from capitalism is the only solution to this mess, true. Others insist markets should be even freer without interventions like subsidies, and some suggest we need to do what's referred to as degrowth.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So that's fine. So what this segment is talking about is not their position, is not the position of Kurzgesagt. What this segment is arguing is what the debate on this is. So this is like them saying, like, this is what people from oil or fossil fuel lobby would say. This is what people on the economic right would say. This is what people on the economic left would say. This is not their position.
I do not think that this portion of the video is saying that carbon capture is ready. We just need to dump all the money on it. Like it's facetiously saying that our government has bad priorities when it comes to where it spends its money, which I agree. And it is true that in principle, carbon capture technology would allow us to not do anything because it would literally scrub the carbon out of the air. But that's in principle. Obviously, that's not practical for monetary reasons, energy production, storage of CO2. I don't think this is a sensible reading of the content here. I feel like they're just advertising carbon capture as one of many like potential ways that this could be addressed moving forward. Like at the end of the video, it says, many low carbon technologies still need a lot of time and research, which means they're expensive. But more companies will make more efficient carbon capture systems, tastier meat alternatives, better batteries, cement alternatives, and so on. If it says need a lot of time and research and then lead into carbon capture, I feel like they're both indicating the same point, both of these videos, right? That carbon capture technology needs a lot of time and research. It says it here and it says it in the other video as well. I don't even know if carbon capture is going to fix all of our problems. I just don't think it's morally wrong for Kurzgesagt to list it amongst other potential like ways that we could fix this in the long run.
I don't know about morals, but I just don't think I'm not prescribing any moral positions here. I just don't think that this is an accurate representation of what the academic community has to say. And from my reading of it, you know, I have some references in my video that I can pull up if you want to. But you know, there is a lot of critique against this position. This position that we can rely on carbon technology, carbon capture in the future. There's a lot of pushback against that from a lot of experts in the field. Consensus has not been reached. The video to me seems like it is giving that consensus. And
but what's wrong with investing in it?
I feel like it is more.
Even if it's an edge case, what's wrong with investing? We're not relying on it.
I'm not arguing. But you know, we are not arguing about what my critique is. What I'm saying in my video is that the solutions that are being invested into are not supported by robust scientific research. But Kurzgesagt is presenting it, is advertising it really in a way as a viable solution that is going to be there.
A potential future viable solution. A potential viable future solution amid many. At no point does he say that it's guaranteed to work or that it will fix the whole problem. You keep referring to the scientific.
Right, but Kurzgesagt doesn't. They don't have to lay out these absolutes. They don't have to say guarantees or anything. No, nobody's going to say these absolutes. I mean, nobody as serious as Kurzgesagt. But the thing is that they are advertising it in such a positive light that positive advertising is coming from sources that are just commercially interested in it. They could be right, but they don't have the scientific backing of it. That's my critique, and I want to stay at that critique. I don't want to go into whether or not it is right to invest in it. If billionaires want to dump their money into it, I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is when billionaires dump their money into technology that has not been proven, and then they go to media companies to promote that technology for them, and then in that process they tell everyone that we just have to wait for these technologies to come out.
But that's how it always works. Every time there's like a new technology, like venture capitalists will fund it and start working on it and try to find commercial uses for it. And obviously, like if they don't advertise the new and developing technology, they're not going to have any prospective buyers. So when they have that, they still need to talk about it. Like you know, Alexander Graham Bell with like the phone lines, right? You know, it's one thing to develop like phone tech, but you need like lines run across every city in America for this to be viable in the long run. And that requires like a synchronicity of, hey, this is like a cool new tech that might prove to be really worthwhile. Like we need to keep investing, we need to keep trying, but also you need to reach out and say like, hey, this could end up working. The only issue I would really have, I think, is if I felt like this was being done disingenuously. But where could I go to find like a scientific consensus that we shouldn't invest in any kind of carbon capture research? Where would I have to look for that?
There is not a scientific consensus. That's what I'm saying. If you want to go, you can go to the IPCC. If you want, I can just link it to you. I just have to find it in my research documents. Do you want me to go through that?
Hold on. IPCC climate.
No, I will find it for you. You will not find it. I can just send you a message.
Okay, what I'm reading here from the header is the most recent report from the UN International Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, has reaffirmed the vital role of carbon capture and storage technologies in achieving global climate goals.
Right. Send me the link, please.
Sure.
And we are not talking. We have to talk about it from the perspective of when the video was made. So not from if the research is like from like
this is from
it's,
April 2020, and the videos that we've been talking about.
Right, and this is a news article. This is not the resource. Okay, so
well,
let's go to the resource actually.
Well, I didn't think we could just instantly look at.
No, I just say I sent it to you on in a DM.
Okay. I mean, I don't have a scientific education, so I don't think I'm qualified to read through some of the stuff they're going to say here. Let me take a look at the report, the media release.
No, I would like you to look at this source because that's the source that Kurzgesagt is using in their video. And it's also the source of my claim, right? So I'm not going to use a claim that was not used in the research, but I'm gonna just paste.
I don't think it's
quote from the.
I don't think it's necessarily wrong as lay people for us to look at a summary from. Here, hold on. I need to use the restroom very quickly. You have my audience.
But the summary is not going to have the summary.
I need to pee for like 20 minutes. I've actually been. Hold on. Just you have my audience.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, have you not been talking to my audience?
What?
They're like waiting for you to say something.
I cannot see I cannot see the chat on your.
Oh, they're listening.
YouTube
okay.
video.
Well, they wanted to talk with you. Okay. We're looking at the report itself. Okay, so the quote here is
right. So in the report, you can just Control F and go ahead.
CDR deployed. CDR deployed at scale, that's carbon dioxide removal, is unproven, and reliance on such technology is a major risk in the ability to limit warming to 1.5 C. CDR is needed less in pathways with particularly strong emphasis on energy efficiency and low demand. The scale and type of CDR redeployment varies widely across 1.5 C pathways. I don't see how this contradicts anything that Kurzgesagt says.
Well, if you don't see that, then I don't know. We're just not going to see that.
So no, you're misreading this. It says deployed at scale is unproven and reliance on such technology is major risk. They're not advocating against any investment in or research in or development of it. They're saying that you shouldn't rely on it entirely.
Yeah,
at scale.
I'm not advocating against investment in these technologies either. If people want to invest in it, go for it. I'm just saying that in my reading of Kurzgesagt video, they're making it seem like it's a technology that, given enough scale, would be able to maintain our high standards of living. That is, big cars and eating meat, and it just costs money. So that's what they're saying. Right. So it does cost money. But this is like your takeaway from anything that I'm saying. Like, this is how it works. But that's it's a non-response. You're not responding to the critique. The critique is that Kurzgesagt is presenting it as a viable solution that would be viable perhaps in the future or could be now, but science
it could be viable.
Is not supporting that claim.
No, it could be viable in the future, yes. So we should continue to research into it and spend money on it in order to test out the limits of the technology. You can't know if it'll be viable. unless money is spent on it. There's no way. We need to do the research.
Right, but when Kurzgesagt goes and says that we can have our high standards of living because in principle we already have this technology,
In principle,
that's
I
a dangerous
really
suggestion.
feel like you're reading that in bad faith. I do. Listen, Kurzgesagt has multiple videos on climate change. If Kurzgesagt sincerely believed that we actually just needed to screw it, let's just spend 10 trillion a year doing carbon capture and that'll fix our problems, I feel like we would have heard more of it than from a facetious section in a video in which he amends the statement by clearly stating that it's a technology that needs more time and work. I genuinely, I feel like you're assigning a ridiculously low level of faith to what Kurzgesagt was saying there, when all it seems like he was saying was, yeah, like, we could keep our giant cars and our meat. All we have to do is spend 1 million, billion, trillion. And then later on, he's like, okay, well, these tech needs more work. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Where does he say that it needs more work?
And at the end, in both videos, he describes it as like technology that needs more work. In the video we're talking about now, it said many low carbon technologies still need a lot of time and research, which means they are expensive. But more companies will continue to make more efficient carbon capture systems, tasty meat alternatives, better batteries, and so on. So even in this video, he's saying like, okay, well, tech will continue to work it out. Because right now, you know, our batteries do kind of suck for what we're talking about. And we don't really have good meat alternatives, at least not that much, and they're pretty expensive. But given enough time and investment, we might be able to have them better in a way that allows us to maintain some of our current standard of living without having to do this gigantic degrowth thing.
Right. So there is a spectrum of solutions between degrowth and investing in solutions that might or might not work in the future. I think that advertising these solutions and using them as evidence for some optimistic outlook into the future when the calculated scenarios don't support that optimistic outlook is
but the IPCC did say that carbon capture technology should be a part of our future for climate change.
Right, but if you actually read the report, or specifically these carbon capture segments of the report, you will see that that's mostly due to the fact that we are not doing enough in all these other aspects, and it's, you know, like they are admitting that for all of the scenarios that are calculating for 1.2 degree Celsius limitation, carbon capture will have to be involved. But they are also pointing out that, you know, we cannot afford to wait for that technology to mature. We really have to eliminate all emissions right now, because the longer we wait, and we are waiting, the more we will have to rely on this technology. That's the danger here.
But nobody's talking about relying on it to the detriment of anything else.
But that's kind of what's happening, because radical implementation of solar and wind is not happening, and we don't also have infrastructural changes because people still want to drive their cars, but we are not investing into.
Is Kurzgesagt advocating against investing in solar and wind?
Vash, they don't have to be advocating against solar and wind. Bill Gates, sponsor of Kurzgesagt, they have investments in solar and wind.
Yes, because nobody's arguing against investment in everything, obviously.
No, stop, please. You're not listening to what I'm trying to say, okay? So I know how these things work, and I think that you're kind of treating what I'm saying as if, you know, like I wasn't able to form coherent or logical arguments. But you take like one thing that I'm saying and then argue against that when I'm not even following that train of thought that you're arguing against. Kurzgesagt does not have to be arguing against solar or wind. They don't have to argue any absolutes. I just have a problem with them advertising carbon capture to the level they are, because I did not find enough reason to believe in the technology to that extent. And I'm not saying that nobody should invest in the technology. I'm pointing out that it is a conflict of interest when you have a media company talking about it from the perspective of their own sponsors. And I think they should go out of their way to make sure that their sponsors, that their sources and the researchers that they consulted with are not coming from their sponsors, because then their research is tainted by the interests of their sponsors. That's kind of like
But it
you would
seems
say,
like they didn't
this is
say
how it works.
anything
But
incorrect.
that's the problem.
But they were correct. This is from the IPCC report. All pathways that limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius with limited or no overshoot project the use of carbon dioxide removal on the order of 100 to 1,000 gigatons of CO2 over the 21st century.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
So
I was saying
if
exactly that
if the
in our video,
IPCC report
in our talk.
so the IPCC report is saying we need carbon removal technologies, and in order to remove this much carbon from the atmosphere, we will need to invest and develop that technology. How is it irresponsible or incorrect for Kurzgesagt to then say, hey, this is a technology that we should look into? Because all he's doing there is aping the IPCC recommendation.
No. There's a difference between recommendation and and a projection. So this is all of their projections with the limitation to 1.5 degrees. That's also I mentioned this, right? So the thing is that CDR is carbon dioxide removal. That's talking about all categories of carbon dioxide removal. That includes biomass, carbon capture and storage. It also includes reforestation, afforestation, limiting deforestation. It also includes soil, etc. It also
includes direct
air capture. Yes, it also includes direct air capture. And Kurzgesagt is mostly or almost exclusively talking about direct air capture. They're not really talking about reforestation. There's also kind of like the position of Bill Gates, not just himself, others as well, that he does not believe in reforestation or using forests or trees to eliminate carbon capture. Like, there's a lot that can be said about this. No solution is going to be perfect, but Kurzgesagt is highlighting direct air capture because that's the source of the most significant investment. I don't know if that's because they are doing it, but coincidentally, that's the source of most significant investment of their sponsors. That's what I'm highlighting in my critique.
Okay,
and
but
I don't go.
But he didn't say anything wrong.
The wrong thing to say is to highlight direct air capture while omitting all the other carbon dioxide removal methods.
Well,
because they don't really mention any of those.
That section on the video was talking about technology and technological solutions. Reforestation isn't really a developing technology. We've been doing that for millennium. We know how to do it.
That video is not talking about technologies alone. It is talking about solving the climate crisis comprehensively. And they are not mentioning reforestation pretty much at all. And hold on. The thing is, I actually wanted to go back to what the original point of our discussion is this propaganda? The thing is, you're trying to prove, you're trying to like move the goalposts. Like, is there anything wrong with investing? Is there anything wrong they're saying? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with investing. I'm not saying they're saying anything particularly wrong. I've said they are saying something wrong, and I believe in those assertions. But they don't have to say anything wrong or untruthful in order for their work to be propagandizing.
Well,
right? Because propaganda, like a lot of people say, propaganda has to be wrong in order to be propaganda. It could be correct. It could be truthful. The thing is that according to many academic definitions, propaganda oftentimes omits certain information. It's oftentimes looking at truthful information from a certain perspective. That's what makes it propaganda, because it's influencing people to look at issues from a certain perspective. And that's why I'm making the assertion that what Kurzgesagt is doing is propaganda. That's why I'm not going into depth and in-depth debates and literature reviews into why any of these solutions are conclusively wrong or insufficient. because in a lot of these solutions, there's just no consensus. So we cannot say either of the other way. And I'm not making these assertions, these conclusions about these technologies, whether they are sufficient or not. I'm just saying that they lack robust scientific backing. And Kurzgesagt is portraying itself as this unbiased, easily digestible source of scientific consensus. But this is not what they are doing, at least in these videos, because they are not drawing from the scientific consensus to make these conclusions. They're highlighting a particular method of carbon capture that happens to correlate with one of the primary investments of their sponsors. That's what I'm highlighting. It could very well be right. It could very well work, but it is propagandizing at the moment.
My issue isn't whether or not it's propaganda, because I think that you and I both meet my standard of whether or not we produce propaganda, because we're intent on changing people's opinions, and we selectively cultivate information in order to do so. My problem is, at this point now, it's like, I think that it's bad that while discussing a subject for which there are literally thousands of avenues of potential redress, spanning the reach of basically every discipline we have, he highlighted a couple of them, and those ones which are correct overlap with the ones that there's an investment in from the person who funded the video. But if we're to take that, like, it seems like by that standard, it seems like almost any sponsored video would fall within this purview. If he had talked about reforestation as well, there would have been 1,000 other things he wouldn't have talked about. Like, there's always going to be a degree of preferentialism here. The point of the video wasn't like, ignore reforestation or ignore this or ignore that. It was about, like, these are technologies that could potentially address this in the future with time and work and effort. And also, hey, this is funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Check out the link in the description. And I guess I don't see why people in the responses to your video were like, I don't know if I'll ever trust them again. Like, we all know that people produce videos on varied subjects and cultivate the information based on their biases. There's no way to produce an unbiased video on climate change. The IPCC report is 600 pages long. There's no way you could make a video that's like an impartial, unbiased assessment of all of it. But then why the vitriol, right? Like, why the worry? The concern seems so disproportionate.
Right. So there are a lot of things that you have said here. You're kind of like holding me accountable for the comments that people leave on my video. I'm not responsible for that. I'm not leading people into having these.
Because of your video, though.
Right.
Your
but
video
what
made that happen.
Right. Right. Okay. What I'm trying. Well, I can talk about your community. You have dishonestly and viciously portrayed me as a conspiracy theorist. People in your community have said things that are factually incorrect about me, such as that I am anti-vaxxer. You told me that, I'm sorry, you didn't tell me. You told your audience that I am against GMOs, that Bill Gates is right on this. Your whole portrayal of my character was a caricature, right? And this is what you did. Right, you said these things specifically. So if you want to criticize me for the comments that people leave on my video, like I just think that's dishonest. I just want to focus on what I'm actually saying. So you divert from the points that I'm making to argue against something that I'm not, and that's my problem with your response here. I'm strictly focusing. I have a very narrow focus on a specific things that I have problems with that Kurzgesagt is doing. You could argue that both you and I are engaging in propaganda.
Wait, hold on. No, wait.
Engaging in propaganda.
So I
want to finish this point.
Okay, sure, go on.
And but like Kurzgesagt is being funded by billionaires, and their propaganda is being propped up, which is what I'm saying in my video. It's being amplified with this money. But our propaganda, if you want to call it that, is not, right? I don't know about you, but mine isn't, right? I'm being propped up by viewer funds, which is Patreon, and YouTube ad revenue, which is pretty abysmal. And that's pretty much all. Like, my videos don't pay for themselves. I basically rely on Patreon, and that doesn't mean that I'm without bias. That doesn't mean that viewer funds do not incentivize me for or against certain positions, because that could very well be true. Nobody's free from bias. I agree with that. But my problem is that while we are probably all YouTubers are engaging in some form of propaganda, but one piece of propaganda is being propped up by significant billionaire funding, while others is not.
Yes, I am okay with the knowledge that when people get sponsorship deals, they're probably getting it to talk about subjects relevant to the sponsor's interest. What I'm mostly concerned about is, like, are they still putting forward a good message? Because that's the case with, like, everything. Like, everything that gets sponsorship deals or gets massive funding is going to, like, and research additionally, peer review doesn't save research from that. And by the way, I think the reason my community might have been curious about your position on GMOs is because you seem to cast dispersions on Bill Gates' belief that pesticides and genetically modified foods are the best way to address world hunger, which they are. Like, genetically modified farming and pesticides have exploded the total crop product of the world, and has done more to undo global hunger than literally
there is no
anything.
argument. There is no argument. There's no argument here. My video is not making this argument. You made it up. My video is not even touching that.
You directly said against it. You said that
no, stop. I know what I said. I'm gonna repeat that here, okay? So, because you misrepresented what I was saying quite grossly. So the segment that you skipped was about how Kurzgesagt makes videos on sponsor-related issues, such as the GMO, such as organic foods, etc. And these are not sponsored by Bill Gates or people who are invested in it, because these videos were actually sponsored by Brilliant or their merch store or something else. So not related to their sponsors. But I wanted to show that it's not just for the videos that are sponsored, it's for other videos that are also related to the topics of their sponsors' financial interests. And in the Bill Gates financial
if they weren't
interest,
even sponsored by Bill Gates in that video, then what's the accusation? They said something right and they weren't even paid to do it?
The accusation here is that they are still continuing to rely on the sources that are funded by their sponsors, and they're still continuing to highlighting their interests.
Because
my
their
video
sponsors fund research groups that lead in those subjects. Like, the amount of money that's on the table here means that oftentimes the billionaires that are funding these videos are the same billionaires that have grants that fund the research teams that have the work in these fields that you would rely on. That's how science works. All science is conducted either through public or private funding. No, it is. Private funding represents a huge amount of scientific research. How do you think people get access to that data?
Stop. No. We are talking about separate things. Private funding of scientific research is a different thing than funding of media content, okay? So
you promote the private research and then you promote the public the public discussion of that research. Why would you not do that?
If I was a billionaire, I would be doing that. If I was a media company, if I was a creator, which I am, I would not be taking sponsorship money from people who people who are invested in the topics that I'm supposed to be critically covering. So, for example, I'm not taking money from VPN companies. I'm not taking money from anyone.
Because you would have to lie. Wait, no. Wait, hold on. Because in those cases, you would have to lie in order to do what the VPN company wanted.
No,
but in this case,
I would not have to lie. I would have to. I could easily say truthful things about VPNs, and I could convince people with facts why they should be using VPNs, because there are good arguments to use a VPN. I'm not arguing against using a VPN. The debate is a much more nuanced. It depends on what you want to achieve. But that's the problem. Like, if people are taking money from the very entities that they're supposed to be critically covering, they are submitting themselves to the bias of the for-profit incentive. This is essentially what I'm arguing against. You don't seem to have a problem with that. You say this is how it works. I say, yes, this is how it works, and it is a problem. We should not be accepting this.
So if you're a YouTuber who makes like subject videos on genetics, and you want to talk about and you're like pro GMO, like a sensible person, and you want to talk about the good GMOs have done, and you make a lot of popular videos on GMOs, and then like another video comes out, and it turns out that video is identical in its type of content, it's correct, but that one was funded by a company that does like GMO stuff, like some research advocacy group that wanted to do some like some PR work for themselves, and the content of the video was completely factually correct, and they disclosed the fact that they received the money. You think that would be immoral?
Again, I'm not making moral prescriptions here. I don't care what's moral or not. What I'm saying is that it'll be unfair for them to do it because it would incentivize that positive, or it could be correct. It does not need to be correct. You linger on this point that it would have to be incorrect. It does not have to be incorrect.
How do you think
It's
media
just that
gets produced? We need money to do it. On YouTube, maybe we don't need it, because on YouTube we usually have low production standards, though not Kurzgesagt, because they make animated videos. But when it comes to like proper research groups, documentaries, TV shows that cover specific like historical or sociological issues, almost every large piece of media requires funding of some kind, and that funding oftentimes comes from groups that have a shared interest. If the shared interest means that you get to have a nice piece of media that discusses truthfully something that's interesting and informative, and they disclose the financial association, if we reject that relationship, what we're essentially saying is like, we can't have any kind of like financially supported lefty media, because any financial support would come with it some kind of precondition or some kind of like implied association. But we're dooming ourselves to irrelevance if that's the case. We'll always be making YouTube videos. We will never rise to the level of like broader systemic critique with something that gets viewed by a ton of people with real potential for change, because we're allergic to accepting money for the work we do, even when it's mutually beneficial.
Right. So if you want to just play this game on the long enough timeline, the people who are going to win this game are the people with the most amount of money, and that group of people is getting smaller and smaller and more powerful day by day. And this is not a conspiracy theory. This is not. I'm not suggesting anything conspiratorial. This is just in the pure interest of for-profit corporations and their owners, etc. And there are all kinds of funding. Kurzgesagt, until recently, was receiving funding from the German state through PBS. That funding is pretty neutral because it's not coming from the government itself. I mean, like the parliament or whatever they have there. It's actually just coming from the taxpayers' money. Like people in Germany are paying a certain amount of money every month or every year, and portion of that goes to the Kurzgesagt German channel. That's a pretty ethical source of funding. Another ethical source of funding is something like merch, which Kurzgesagt also has. They also have commission work. That's pretty ethical. They also have Patreon, which is obviously, in my opinion, ethical. Although that also has problems, like you can look at someone like Tim Pool, who's also audience funded. I don't know to what extent, have never done research into him, but that audience funding is really propping up some pretty biased views, right? So conservative views.
Shouldn't we evaluate then the views themselves rather than the source of funding? If you agree that crowdfunding can be good or bad depending on what it's funding, then shouldn't billionaire funding also be good or bad depending on what it's funding? I want more billionaires to fund lefty causes. I would love that. I would happily take that money, because you accept that compromise anytime you're associated with any paycheck, right? If a lefty goes on like a show like John Oliver or Hassan Minhaj, right? They're accepting paychecks from companies that have a ton of guidelines and regulations and what kind of stuff they can put out there. All of a sudden, a bunch of limitations are placed on what they can say, what they can write. They aren't as free as they were as like independent agents. A YouTuber can say basically anything that won't get them knocked off YouTube. But somebody on a syndicated TV program, they have to be pretty careful in a lot of ways. They can't even swear. But we accept that limitation, even though it is literally a like financial transaction which compromises the ability for them to be like fully honest and forthcoming in what they say, because this is like we need to. It's a necessary limit. And I think Kurzgesagt does a decent job with that. I don't agree with everything Kurzgesagt has said, again, but I think for the most part, they do a good job of maintaining a high standard of trustworthiness and, disclosure, considering where their money comes from.
To a certain degree, this is very much true. If you are not open to the funding opportunities, you are kind of shooting yourself in both of your feet and your dick, and that's not good. That's kind of what I'm doing every day. And the issue is that, you know, I could not find a way to, for example, have a sponsor that is related to the topics of privacy or security in a way that would eliminate the bias from what I want to say, because, you know, these things are extremely fluid. Like, one thing's get recommended one time and recommended against the other time because, you know, breaches, whatever. So I decided against it, and what this means is that my videos are not paying for themselves. You know, it takes me, like, let's say 2 weeks, 1 month. For the Kurzgesagt video, it took me 3.5 to 4 months to make it, and the videos are not paying for themselves. The amount of work I put into it, you know, it's nobody would be able to do this. The way I am able to do this is not sustainable. I admit that. You know, I have pretty much no life. I don't own anything because I cannot afford any. I can't even afford a car. So, you know, it's a very it's a lifestyle that most people would not elect to live, and that's fine, right? That's okay. And I have a problem with content that is sponsored. I have a deep problem with that. A lot of the sources that I used in my video are also funded to an extent by some other billionaires. Like, for example, there's a good article from The Nation. That article is heavily against the influence of the Bill Gates Foundation and exposing some tax schemes, tax dodging schemes, allegedly. Right, and that video, that The Nation was actually funded by some other billionaire. I don't know their name right now. Right, so to an extent, it is a major problem, and I think that just opening up the gates to all kinds of funding is not a solution. I think there should be some integrity, and also I think turning everything into propaganda and advertising and PR and marketing is also another solution, because that's kind of like what the TV is right now. That's what it has turned into. Everything is just an ad. Even if you turn on the nightly news, it's just an advertisement for you know, it could be truthful, etc. But, you know, it's heavily influenced by the kind of sponsors they have. So, by the very least, the disclosures should be upfront rather than at the end of the video. By the very least, you could take sponsors, but you should try to eliminate the connections of your sources to those sponsors. That should be happening. That's not that hard to do, by the way. You know, it's not hard for a company of 60 people like Kurzgesagt to go out of the way to not rely on their sponsor-funded sources as much as they do.
I think you should sell out. I think that's your problem. You make well-produced videos that have a lot of thought put into them, and you're saying, what, this is unsustainable? Fuck it. You should sell out. Do whatever you can. Make any money you can. No. This is my fucking problem with leftists. I am correct in assuming you're one, I think, at this point. You're also stuck up about your principles. We're all going to die anyway, all right? You know, we can be a disorganized collection of ineffective, entirely principled political auteurs, or, you know, one single person can get like a television deal and be more politically effective than all of us put together. No, I think that the deck is massively stacked against us. And anytime I see a position that is not rancid being backed by billionaire money, I'm in favor of it. I don't even care. Soros funding for some guy talking about walkable infrastructure, fuck yeah, do it. Absolutely. Pour billions into it. I don't fucking care. I don't care. Put Soros funding towards paper straws. I don't even use them. Fuck it. Why not? All I care about is like where the money is and what broadly it's contributing to. Kurzgesagt doesn't hit every nail on the head. Plenty of stuff they've said I disagree with. I do understand that ultimately progressive liberalism is the farthest they can ever take us. But at the moment, our society is a far cry from progressive liberalism. So the idea that they're getting a lot of money to promote, like, you know, sure, is it like a billionaire interest? Sure, but it's a billionaire interest involving climate change, which, you know, half the country doesn't even believe in. I guess I don't think there's anything wrong with the degree of skepticism you apply, though I do still feel like sometimes that you interpret the stuff they say in a fashion that I don't think is warranted by the text. But like generally, I'm really appreciative of a critical attitude towards funding, disclosures, sources, stuff like that. I'm glad that we got to talk about it because I was interested in your perspective. But at the end of the day, you know, talking about biases, I am heavily swayed by the idea that, you know, there's no corpse is more principled than the other in the death camp, right? I mean, if you can get money promoting a good cause, or hell, even a middling cause, I say go for it. You should sell out. You should I don't know, tattoo Adidas on your forehead. Do face cam videos. What are the big advertisements these days? Raid Shadow Legends. Do you play Raid?
No.
You should, and then you should talk about it for money. Because that way it'd be a little bit easier to make videos, and I think that you make, you know, you put a lot of thought into that.
Right. So I'm not against all sponsorship. I'm against sponsorship that is tied to the content of the videos. So I could probably take sponsorship from like a clothing company or I don't know, you know, something that's not going to be impacting your privacy or security in any way. But then I would think, well, what if I wanted to make a critical video about the company one day, right? And how could people trust me that if I'm not making a video about a critical piece about the company, that it's because it's not because of the funding, but it's because I haven't found anything into it.
Do you have an issue with
how
Tom
can
Scott?
I prove to myself? I don't know too much about him.
Well, he's the hello, like here I am at this like local attraction or at this like power plant, and I'm going to show you something interesting. He doesn't get money directly from the places that he visits, but he does provide them advertising, he does provide them PR, and he does make money from the ad revenue of the video. So there is a financial incentive for him to positively represent them, because if he negatively represented them and consistently did this, he wouldn't be given the opportunity to check out all these venues. Same with Vsauce. Vsauce did that show Mind Break, Mind Freak, Mind something, where everyone was like, an interesting video that involved some kind of technology or practice or study, or Minefield, that was it. There is a financial interest there, whether money exchange hands behind the scenes for like the rights to use the film or the location, I don't really know. But it seems like, I don't know, a lot of interesting stuff comes out of producing like well-intended, good faith content on a subject when there is a direct financial relationship between yourself and the proprietors of that subject.
Right, but that that does not eliminate the negatives of over-amplified influence, because my critique is that ideas, the way they are disseminated, it's not being judged based on the merits of the arguments, as I think you and I would agree. I don't know, maybe, but you said that we should judge arguments based on their own merit, and I agree. You know, source of funding has no value on the validity of the arguments being said. That's true, but the problem is that the arguments that are being funded by big money are being amplified a lot more than those that aren't. So we don't have a mechanism in our society that would objectively, without bias, filter these arguments based on their merit. And we don't have just like one-to-one, like, okay, you can have a solution that has been heavily invested into by billionaires or whoever, and that solution is being propped up, but other solutions that are equally important are not being as propped up. That's what seems to be happening.
I don't know if this is an avoidable problem. I guess all I really hope for is good, accurate, politically useful information and proper disclosure. I think it's good for more with like systemic critique, but critiquing the fact that money dictates our media doesn't change the fact that if we want to dictate media, we will also need that money, right? Like I could sit here and go like, you know, well, the influence of billionaires directly dictate, manufacture consent, this, that, the other. But like, it's not like I don't want to do the same thing. That's the way the system works. Like, pointing out that the system is inequitable doesn't change the fact that it exists. You would say, yes, far-right billionaires like the Koch brothers or whatever control the media. I wish I controlled the media with my set of pet billionaires. Because at the moment, that's really the only way the media can exist. It's not really a viable avenue for a perfectly neutral, unbiased, decentralized media right now, at least, God willing, one day. Anyway, this has been going on for 2 hours, which is quite a bit longer than I expected. I actually did really enjoy talking to you, by the way. There's absolutely no bad blood on my end. We have wildly different standards when it comes to our levels of acceptable, like I guess acceptable sort of corporate capture when it comes to media dissemination. But especially in the past 20 minutes talking to you, I think you're actually consistent with it. Like, I don't think it's a Kurzgesagt thing. I mean, I think and that was one of the reasons my community reacted the way they did in that video. Like, you probably saw a lot of uncharitable comments. Usually the kinds of people who make like claims about Bill Gates' control over media are far-right people. They don't have an issue with broad corporate control of the media. They have an issue with him because they associate him with vaccines and like liberal philanthropy. You didn't give me that vibe in the video, but I think now it's extremely clear that you have like a broad principled opposition to all of this. So no, I appreciate it. I apologize for any ill feelings up to this point.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me and for discussing this with me. I'm just really hoping that this will contribute to the overall conversation, and I think we should be having this conversation. People like that are trying to shut it down, I don't think this is helpful. Like, all these people that are trying to portray someone they disagree with as intellectually inferior or someone crazy or emotionally unstable, as I'm seeing in the comments, and I feel like to an extent. Yeah, but that's very unhealthy, and it's
Well, to be fair, we do argue with a lot of neo-Nazis here. It's a very captured environment, this place.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm not a neo-Nazi, and I don't know. Like, I don't think I've done anything that would deserve that treatment, that harsh treatment, and also I think you engaged in that because like you kind of like portrayed me as this conspiratorial person, and I just this is like such an easy and lazy way to shut down opposition, and I'm just literally just trying to make this conversation happen. That's why I made the video. I wanted people to see, well, these are the conflicts. These are reasons why I think it's a problem. Like Hank Green, I think know that person on Twitter. He tweeted that I made a manipulative hit piece. Like, that's not helping anyone. It's just trying to shut down any sort of criticism that people are not comfortable with. And nobody has to agree with what I'm saying. I just want people to understand my position. And I see it a lot of the times that people are not even trying to understand the position. So a lot of people do understand it, and I appreciate that. But then people who disagree with that position are trying to strawman it, and that's not good.
Well, look, let me put it this way, okay? The fact that you reached out to me with an interest in talking elevates you above almost any other person whose videos I've criticized throughout the entirety of my channel. There is a lot of uncharitability online, broadly addressed, because the internet is shit, and it is full of retards, and a lot of them are Nazis. But I don't often get to have like a proper conversation. Even if I disagree, I don't think there's an objective basis by which I could critique your level of skepticism outside of my own. Even though, like, broadly politically, I think we all need to be sellouts to some extent, if it doesn't compromise our values especially. And what's more, I do think it's sort of objectively morally good to force channels like Kurzgesagt to constantly apologize for their association with billionaires. Even if I don't have a problem with it, I do like seeing them have to make, like, big master thread Reddit posts where they explain everything, because I would rather the scrutiny exist and force them into that behavior than otherwise.
Right, yeah. Well, I appreciate that you gave me this chance, and it was pretty rocky. The conversation between us. It's yeah. I'm not on Twitter at all. Like I'm there, like just so that nobody takes like my account. I have like an official account, but that's it. I don't spend any time there. So it was pretty. I understand it was pretty difficult for you to communicate with me. Um, if you want to go over that response, we can. If you're showing it to people, I have my own response to that as well.
I read
It's
them
not
both.
getting
Don't worry.
nearly as okay.
While we were talking, I read them both.
I think what it boils down to between us is that you seem to be okay with things that I'm not, right? And I'm okay with that. We can have different positions on this different perspectives, but trying to portray one perspective as just as a conspiracy theory, like that's not helpful at all, because there is nothing conspiratorial in my video at all. That's my final statement.
All right. Well, like I said, altogether, you say it's been a rocky conversation, but and you're not familiar with my content, but this is about as good as it gets here, actually, I have to say. We had Marianne Williamson, the former U.S. presidential candidate, on yesterday, and that was, I think, one tier of civility above this one, and everything else I've ever done is significantly farther below. It's just all shit flinging. But sometimes it's productive. I really do appreciate you coming on. I'm sorry for skipping around in the video as much as I did. I think that was an objective L on my part. I encourage you to sell out to Raid Shadow Legends. Get that car. Get 3. I don't know if you're American, but you should be living the American dream. And by that, I mean carbon emissions. Sometimes I just like to, empty like little canisters of gasoline on my tarmac and light those on fire for fun. And we should all get to do that. Thank you for coming on. Really.
Yeah, thank you for having me again. And yeah, have a good day, sir.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. There's still some stuff in the the video, the original video was definitely conspiratorial in tone. I think I would have some broad disagreements. I think it comes down to charitability, right? Where I'm more willing to be charitable to Kurzgesagt because of shared political biases, or maybe a lower standard on my part, and then he would not be. But that's not really like an objective thing. No, I enjoyed that convo. I'm glad we had it. Yeah, I thought that was nice. I do recommend you watch Adam Something's video. Keep in mind, guys, just before I get strawmanned, I just want to say I am not saying that carbon capture technology is like gonna be a dub for sure, or that it's guaranteed to work, or blah, 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 blah. I do not claim that. I was just saying it's no. So it's the problem is that like no matter what, obtaining any kind of power eventually will involve like cucking yourself out to an extent. We're talking about like the cuck limiter. You know what I mean? So theoretically, like the most free person, the person who is capable of saying the most with no limitations whatsoever, would be like a guy in a forest with no one around. And the more you layer on top of that, the more limiters there are. So a person who's in a crowd can't say the things that they can say in public. A person on stage, or sorry, that they when they're alone, a person who's on stage can't say all the things they might be able to say casually in a crowd. A person who's on YouTube has to adhere to YouTube terms of service. Now, I do that because I'm a very good boy, but if I had different opinions on, say, the vaccine, then some of my content could get me axed from the platform. Thankfully, I don't, and thankfully, you'd have to have some really stupid opinions on the vaccine for that to be an option. But it's nonetheless a limitation. Joe Rogan had an independent platform for a long time, where he basically just had to adhere to YouTube TOS. And then he got bought out by Spotify, and now he has to adhere to like some different stuff. And the basic idea is like the more influence you have, the more likely you are to be like tied through. Like there are threads that will bind you to different interests. And I think that's objectively correct. Chat was insanely vitriolic to him the whole time. I actually agree. I think you guys were way too vitriolic. That guy was 100% talking to me sincerely and in good faith. You may not agree with everything that he said, and you might think that he was wrong or even that he contradicted himself, but I did not detect any bad faith there. There was no like deliberate or negligent negativity from him. But you guys were really tearing into him, which I thought was pretty unwarranted. I do think it'd be good to chat about how they react during your debates. See, for me, the big like metric for being mean. You guys did this too the other day with PF Young, with Paul. I am mean to people when they act in bad faith, not when they're wrong. I thought that Paul was wrong the whole time that I talked to him. I thought a lot of the stuff he said was pretty dumb, but I also think he was acting sincerely the whole time, which is the reason why I didn't yell at him at any point. And I would like it if you guys would adhere to that standard too, you know? I thought Paul was hiding his power level. No, I don't think so at all. Nope. I knew that Paul wasn't hiding any power level at one specific moment, which is when I said that I thought like conservatives, fascists, KKK, whatever, and he was like, so you're saying that I could tell my conservative family you think they're like the KKK? And I said, well, yeah, there's like a synchronicity there. There's like an ideological through line. And he was like visibly dumbfounded by the idea. You really think? When he said that, it indicated a degree of emotional investment that cannot exist for a person who's acting in bad faith. A person who's acting in bad faith can only get upset if they get flustered. Getting flustered, like they trip over their lines or they don't have a good retort, that can that can upset a person acting in bad faith. But he got upset at the idea of me saying that about his family, and that ability to care cannot coexist with bad faith. It's anathema to it. You need to be invested to feel that way. Sorry, I didn't talk about that right after the convo because at the end of that I was like really, 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 really tired. Do we get Bayonetta today? We just did a politics stream. Yeah, just Fetterman out of hospital. Happy to hear it. Vosh, I'm not mean to people who are wrong, only to people that are mean. Also, Vosh to chatter that disagrees with Vosh, kill yourself, you retard. Okay, I am a lot more mean to chat. That is true. And the reason for that is because A, obviously it's funny and I have fun. And B, I get the impression a lot of you like being yelled at by me. I don't know if this is a bottom thing, but I think a lot of you kind of like getting called out because it's like, oftentimes there'll be such a disproportionate reaction from me that it'll come across as like, you're happy because you baited me, which I feel like often it's a mutually beneficial reaction, which is usually, by the way, why I don't say... I say it sometimes. I try to be funny, though. Gotta be funny. It legit gives me anxiety when I post something. Oh my god, really? Okay, I hope everyone in chat understands that no matter how much I yell at you, the only time... Like, there's a reason why I don't ban people that often. And the reason for that is because genuinely, like, I like the banter. Very few instances that I can think of me being, like, sincerely upset by a chatter. Are you gonna go through the Kurzgesagt response? No, I went through both of them. That convo was like a masterclass in me like multitasking. I was listening to him, engaging with him, and I read the full transcripts of 2 Kurzgesagt videos, half the transcript of his response to the Kurzgesagt video, portions of the IPCC report, and both of those Reddit posts. I feel like my neurons were firing. Yeah. I know, Asmalia. Unchained without Adderall? No, I have Adderall now. I was able to get some for a while. It upsets me sometimes when I see chatters get yelled at. I try to think of it as like a fun mutual thing. It's not like you guys don't make fun of me, right? You should look at the Atom Something video on carbon capture. Yeah, no, no. I've watched the video. Oh, sorry. I've watched like every video from Adam something because he's based in Red Pilled. For those of you who don't know, the reason why carbon capture right now is a big meme, there are two main ones. One of them is that it takes so much energy to run a high efficiency carbon capture system that back at the power plant, you almost have to produce as much carbon as you are emitting. So if you had a power plant and all that power plant powered was carbon capture systems on the plant, it would basically be like a perpetual motion machine, except instead of perpetual motion, it would just be like a void of energy. You would just be fueling the power plant, and it would just, they're like, just that's it. Just it'd be like a loop. Yeah, I guess it'd be the opposite of a perpetual motion machine. Yeah, a perpetual energy waster. Yeah. And the second one is that when you scrub CO2 out of the air, it doesn't go away. It's CO2. It's a thing. It's compressed, and then it's a thing, you know? Like, you're just moving the CO2 somewhere. So think about it. Like, where do you put the CO2? Where do you actually put it? Do you turn it to liquid? Because that's a lot of energy to remove the heat to that extent. Do you compress it? Do you put it in the ground? Fire it into the sun? If we could fire it into the sun, that actually would be a solution, yes. 100% chance they would just burn the sequestered CO2 for energy. You can't burn CO2. It doesn't combust. CO2 is just what you breathe out. Hold a match in front of you, you know? I think there is some stuff that CO2 can be used for. I wonder, is there a way to make CO2 inert? Like, for instance, is there another gas you could mix with it and it would turn into some non-carbon gas? CO2 can be used to grow trees. It works as a fertilizer. CO2 is already chemically pretty inert. Yeah, it kind of seems like the only thing that can really chemically neuter CO2 is like plants, which, hey, we've got at least a few of, right? I wonder if there'd be a way to mechanically replicate the biological processes that filter carbon dioxide and make it into oxygen, you know? But even then, you'd still have the carbon, right? Yeah, you'd still have the carbon because you carbon dioxide, you remove the carbon, you have the oxygen out in the atmosphere, you still have carbon. Could turn it back into coal. Can we do that? Can we get a bunch? Can we have like a pipeline for CO2 and there's just a guy with a big like lumberjack axe at the end splitting the C from the O2 and the oxygen runs off and they just grab the carbon and crush it into coal and toss it in the lump and like, you know, keep it going? Could make cool diamonds with the carbon. That's true. Okay, Dad in chat just said, I don't know, Batman never done that, Peppo Comfy. And Batman is the name of a chatter, but I read this as like, I don't know if we could do that. Batman has never done that, Peppo Comfy. And for some reason, that was so fucking funny to me. Holy shit. I would have lost it if I hadn't realized that the name was highlighted. It's like, I don't know. Okay, I have to go. It's 30 minutes over. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. If I do, it'll be later in the night. I have a D&D game tomorrow. Hey, Demon Mama. Yeah, we need to have like super trees is what I'm talking about. We got to have super trees. Let me send you guys over to the one, the only. Holy shit, it's so warm in here. Oh, fuck. Joseph Anderson's. I can't raid Joseph Anderson. He'll think less of me. The Surfs TV. I'm going to send you over to the Surfs TV. Yeah. Yes. I got to shave. Guys, wish me luck, okay? I'm going to try and get a new pillow. I'm going to try to get like I'm going to try to get like a nice pillow, like one that isn't just a Target pillow. What do I have to do for that? Do I have to go to like a sleeping store, like a mattress store? Where would have new pillows? Where would have like good pillows? I'm actually asking. Bed Bath and Beyond? Oh shit. Would Bed Bath and Beyond? Would that do it? Would that be good? No? IKEA? Guys, the closest IKEA in Seattle is in Renton. I'm not driving out there today. Yeah, or Kohl's or some department store. Also, everything in fucking IKEA is super cheap. I'll look around. I'll look around. Okay, I love you all. I'm sending you over. I'm sending you over. Don't raid serfs. He just went offline. Really? Oh, yes, he did. Good call. Good thing I waited a second to ask about pillows then. I'm going to send you over to Shark then. Okay, guys, I'm sending you over. What you need to do when you arrive is say, just came from White Shark. Okay? That's what happened. Good luck. Love you all. See you soon.